Conquerors. On the sea off Aaron Armor, 12th day of the Hunger Moon, 1546 after the rise. Urgic and Dalman stood side by side at the railing of the Waverider and stared at the burning city. So this was Aaron Armor. Weeks of shelling by the Namercan fleet with lightning tubes and catapults had reduced the once proud fortifications of the fortified harbor to rubble. Smoke rose from many points, even from deeper within the great city. Dalman made a striking sight in his armor. Urgic was no small man either. However, compared to his companion, he seemed more hulking than warlike, despite his size. He, too, wore the Namercan armor as well as a cutlass and dagger at his belt and a crossbow on his back. Soon it would be their turn. Well, Urgic, do you still think it was a good idea to volunteer for the naval forces? Urgic understood what the man meant. The pay was ridiculous, the food bad, and there was a good chance of coming to an unpleasant end in the 437th campaign of conquest in the name of the immortal Island King. What's more, Urgic found it difficult to find anything like a plan or a common thread in the seemingly confused troop movements of the last few days. It almost seemed as if the Island King left it to chance which of the coastal cities should be plundered next, which caused heavy losses to the Namercan naval forces time and again when the united coastal cities managed to isolate individual troop formations from the main Namercan fleet. So far, Urgic and Dalman had been lucky. Even today, they had not been assigned to the first attack waves. But now, Captain Hadger had announced a minute ago, they were to be deployed to wipe out the last nests of resistance in Aaron Armor. Urgic shrugged and turned to Dalman. I don't even know what you want. The others have already done most of the killing and bleeding, haven't they? When we get to the city, we'll probably be mostly busy looting. By the sea gods of the deep, I hope you're right, Urgic. Dalman averted his eyes from the burning city and turned to Urgic. He eyed him up and down, then in one swift motion grabbed Urgic's weapons belt and tightened it over his portly belly, causing Urgic to gasp. You better not lose your cutlass though, huh? Urgic snorted unwillingly, but thanked him afterwards anyway. I'm actually not that fat, it's all the antidotes Dalman grinned and interrupted Urgic. Come on, here we go. They're already launching the first landing craft. Urgic looked, swallowed as he perceived the state of the boats, and then nodded. The men at the oars were working hard and Urgic was forced to do the same. If he hadn't been sweating before they even started, he was sweating now at the latest. He cursed inwardly. The sea was almost silent, as if it was completely unconcerned with the actions of the people. Which was true, Urgic thought now, as he rowed alongside Dalman in unison with the other 10 warriors who sat with them in the worm-eaten boat. Urgic hated rowing, in any way. He was not a warrior. Besides, he preferred it when he could see which way he was going. Having to sit with his back to their destination now, not knowing what the last of Aaron Armor's defenses were up to, and forced to trust that the boat's helmsman really knew what he was doing, was against his nature. They moved in formation, the boat Urgic and Dalman were in being in the middle of the 30 other boats that were each supposed to bring a dozen warriors into Aaron Armor. Fortunately, Urgic managed to divert his thoughts from the dangers ahead, even if it was only for a moment. He was not here for gold. Nor for fame and glory and the chance of social advancement, like Dalman. No. He was here for the scrolls and books for which Aaron Armor was so well known. For the Eternal Library, that repository of knowledge whose fame was sung about even in Namerca. For him it did not even matter what kind of knowledge he would find there. Not as long as it would help him in his profession alchemy or be useful in any other way. He only hoped that no foolish Namercan port thug had come up with the idea of setting the library on fire. And he hoped that Dika, the goddess of luck, would see to it that he would somehow get near the gigantic building, which he himself knew only from the tales of his mentor, the gods be merciful to him. The old potion brewer had raved about this fountain of knowledge almost every other day, and when the old man had finally died and bequeathed his laboratory to Urgic before the latter's education was even close to completion, Urgic had decided that he wanted to see the place for himself some distant day. As he had then discovered, this was not such an easy undertaking, for it soon turned out that his master had accumulated indecently high debts. By the time Urgic had settled them, there was not too much left of his inheritance. Sure, he could have sold the big house at Ray Square to finance his trip to the mainland. But he had not wanted to do that. The location had been too good, and there were too many memories of his childhood and early youth attached to the building. Besides, it was good, he thought, to have a place where you belonged. So he had sought out a new master who could teach him and help him complete his alchemy training. During the day Urgic studied like a man possessed. Every evening he experimented, and otherwise kept his head above water by selling simple potions, powders, and tinctures that could relieve infirmities and minor ailments. A school of cliff sharks rocked some boats as it circled them once and then disappeared toward the open sea. Urgic watched them until the last dorsal fin was submerged. Things had gone on like that for a while, and the thought of the library of air and armor had never quite left him. It happened one evening, half a year after he had successfully completed his training, that Urgic had overheard a conversation between two guardsmen of House Swordwale. In this way he had learned that air and armor was one of the places to be plundered in one of the yearly raids the Island King had announced. Of course, he had not thought for too long and had hired on the Wave Rider. Dahlman, of course, knew nothing of all this. Urgic had let him believe that he was only interested in gold and adventure. He had not told him that he would leave the fighting party to which they were both assigned at the first opportunity. He would set out on his own to find the library, at least if he had to. Of course, Urgic hoped that he would be lucky and that it would be his squad, of all people, that would be led to the vicinity of the building by pure luck. He hadn't been counting on it, though. He gave Dahlman a sidelong glance. It was unfortunate that his friend did not have similar foresight as he did. Sure, the battle was already as good as won, and Dahlman would perhaps be able to grab a few coins here and there, which he would then squander as quickly as possible in the taverns and harbor brothels. They were very different in that respect, Urgic thought, as he rode on, the sounds of battle carried by the wind to their ears slowly growing louder. When they had moored at the fortified harbor, they had met only weak resistance. At first, Urgic had not even had to endure the embarrassment of having to draw his cutlass. A good thing, because he couldn't really handle it. That was more like Dahlman's territory. The man was eager to eventually draw his blade and dip it in some blood. Urgic could see the barely hidden displeasure in his face because things didn't want to move faster. And that was despite the fact that they hadn't known each other for very long. For Urgic and Dahlman, it was the first time they had been involved in the sacking of a city, and for both of them it would be the last. It was not the corpses of their slain enemies that disturbed Urgic. It was not the dead warriors, men, women and children, scattered in the great harbor alley and on the quay walls. It was the screams and wails and pleas of those who had survived the initial battles wounded and were now trying to crawl and limp their way out of the hands of the Namercan invaders. It now fell to Urgic's squad to put these poor dogs out of their misery, while other boat crews formed larger squads at the harbor and charged into the city. What a ghastly job. Fire, smoke and debris all around them. Urgic held back as best he could. Dahlman, too, did his job rather grudgingly. They both hit and stabbed just often enough not to stand out among their comrades as lazy, cowardly or squeamish. Urgic tried to shield his emotions as best he could from all the suffering. He did not succeed completely. With each life he ended, something grew inside him that he could not name. But he could feel it, deep down in his guts. It was straining him. He was panting and sweating as he roamed the streets of air and armor with his comrades. His insides grew colder and colder. He watched Dalman split the skull of an old woman who had collapsed, whimpering, beside the corpse of her son. Dalman seemed to take it on differently than Urgic. Urgic could see that Dalman quite quickly developed a certain ambition to kill as quickly and efficiently as possible. Almost after each blow, the young man looked around, seeking the approval of his mates. Urgic did him the favor a few times, nodding appreciatively. At some point, however, he stopped. Instead, he began to think about how he was going to get away from the squad. Clearly, the battle was already won, and all he and his comrades were doing was more or less, well, cleanup work. They continued through the sacked city, past a burning temple, past dead bodies and sling stones lying around and the splinters of sea fire amphory that the ship's catapults had rained down. The streets were full of blood, death, corpses, and wounded. Full of frightened and grieving women and wailing children. Urgic's squad, meanwhile, had moved on to just finishing off people in armor. It wasn't as if there had been an order or something. It had happened silently, all by itself, after their squad leader had been shot in the eye with a bolt from some window, from the third or fourth floor of a Port Authority building. Just a second before he had yelled, "Down with the enemies of Namerka," as he had done more or less constantly since they had entered the city. This time, the last time, he had only gotten as far as down with. He had simply fallen over. Immediately dead. Briefly, there had been perplexity, and Urgic and Dalman had been no exception. For some reason, each member of the squad had sought reassurance from his comrades. Dalman was the first to realize they were under fire and began yelling. "Get back! Get back!" Urgic was quick to interrupt him, as he wanted just about anything, but certainly not to go back. Not back. Not if you don't want to risk being dishonored and ending up in front of an American court-martial. Follow me. With those words, he was off and running. More or less. Urgic did not like running. First, he found running to be a very undignified form of traveling. Second, it was difficult for him with his girth, which was already quite considerable despite his young years. And third, it was because of the war gear he had to lug around. He was just used to his robes. When Urgic put his feet up, Dalman realized that he was serious about what he had said and followed him without provoking any further discussion. Briefly, Urgic looked around to the rear and realized that 4 more of their small fighting force had decided to follow him and Dalman. They would never find out what had become of the other men and women. Urgic was lucky. Just before he would have really run out of breath, he stumbled ahead of the rest of his squad onto a crossroad. There had been a major skirmish here, not too long ago. There still were enough wounded enemy soldiers here to kill and plunder. He raised his arm, giving the order to stop. That was all he had to do. Dalman and the others pounced on the wounded, making short work of them. Rings, necklaces, purses and other items changed owners in no time. Only Urgic held himself back. While his friends pounced on the dead like greedy carrion birds, taking whatever they needed or wanted, he looked around, inwardly cursing the fact that he had his map of the city of Air and Armor not with him, and feverishly rummaged through his memory. Fortunately, his memory was excellent. While he had not been able to memorize the complete map, he had been able to memorize some of the more prominent landmarks. They had come closer to the Great World Library of Air and Armor. Now they had to. "Urgic! Aren't you going to participate at all?" The voice belonged to Dalman. Urgic shook his head. "You go ahead and do it. But hurry up. I will lead you to a far more rewarding prey if you trust me." Dalman hesitated briefly, then shrugged and continued, cutting 2 rings from the fingers of a fallen soldier. A brief pang of disgust and disapproval flashed through Urgic, but he soon suppressed it. He still needed these people. Who was he to judge or interfere with them? On the other hand, Thizhor, let the girl live, do you hear? She has nothing of value to you. Urgic shouted these words in the direction of the veteran who had just lashed out to slay a little girl who was crouching apathetically beside the corpse of a woman on the devastated street, humming to herself. She doesn't. But she doesn't want to leave her mother, and she has. Leave her alone. Thizhor said nothing more in response. He merely scowled at Urgic and went to work on the corpse of an enemy soldier. Urgic turned away. There were 3 directions to choose from and he had to decide which way to go. Urgic liked to make his decisions based on information. But he didn't have any. He thought he knew which way was the shortest, but unfortunately he had no idea if it also was the least dangerous. Left into Mirabine Street? Straight ahead into Thun Alley, or to the right, along Goldbrasson Street, only in a different direction? Or should they even try to get to the Great World Library of Air and Armor through the houses and in as straight a line as possible? The decision was partially taken away from him when loud roars of attack sounded from the right, from Goldbrasson Street. In a flash, Urgic whirled around. His heart was beating up to his throat. 24 torn and battle-scarred soldiers of the local city guard were getting ready to charge at them. Crossbows up, shouted Urgic, leading by example. The panting alchemist jerked his crossbow around by the strap until he could grasp it and send a bolt toward the onrushing fighters. He had aimed at the chest of a saber-wielding woman with her mouth agape and a hairlip in the midst of the attackers. Well, he was sure to at least have hit someone, but he didn't look to confirm that assumption. It didn't matter. There were too many of them anyway. Escape was inevitable. If he landed a hit, the best he could hope for was that the person's death and subsequent fall would briefly stall the assault of the Aran Armorian soldiers and buy him and his men a little time. Retreat, he now shouted. Quickly! This way, he roared with fake optimism, waiting until at least 2 of his men, Dahlman being one of them, had turned to face him and seen which way he was pointing. He ran ahead, once again, and despite the still continuing battle cries of their new opponents, he could hear his men following him after they too had unleashed their bolts on the city guard. They ran even farther this time than the first time. One of his soldiers, a woman named Ellen, was the first to catch up to him and finally started to overtake. She almost made it, when a bolt hit her in the side, and she cried out, staying behind, dumbfounded, one hand closed around the red-feathered wooden shaft sticking out of her body. Testily, and as if in a trance, she gave it a little tug, but she could not get herself to pull the bolt all the way out. Soon everyone else had overtaken the wounded warrior and continued to run after Urgic, and then the first members of the city guard reached the woman they had left behind. The first of the enemy soldiers ran past the dying Ellen, but the last 3 just about hacked her body to pieces. A tiny bit of guilty conscience stirred in Urgic. She had been here because of him. At least the slower Aran Armorians had also accomplished a heroic deed in this way, which they could now tell their children and grandchildren about. Well, if they survived this raid. Urgic had not even noticed that he had stopped to watch the gruesome spectacle. Panicking, he turned the other way and saw that all his warriors, Dahlman included, had overtaken him. He registered that he now was right between them and their attackers. As fast as he could, he ran again and tried to join his comrades. Shelter. He only managed to do this 2 streets further, where they were waiting for him behind a corner. He was pale, wheezing, and had a terrible stitch in his side like he had never had before in his entire life. It didn't take much for him to vomit, and he was sure that something inside him had snapped. Somewhat gruffly, Dahlman let him know that he should get a grip. Not with words. He simply slapped Urgic across the face. It hurt a lot, and Urgic almost wanted to protest, but then he understood why the man had acted that way. He had to straighten out his thoughts. Absolutely. Yes. They had lost their bearings, were being hunted mercilessly by the guardsmen and women. Where were the other Namercan troops? They had to be around here somewhere, right? Although there were always dead Namercans among the corpses they had trampled over again and again, their numbers were much smaller than those of the local residents. They ran on, and their pursuers evidently had no intention of giving up either. Without mercy, Urgic and his men were chased through the streets by the torn Armorians, and soon they were reminded again that they were not the only ones having hold on bolts and arrows. Old Gilliman was riddled by no less than 3 crossbow bolts and collapsed, spitting blood. Urgic had just enough presence of mind to leap over the dying body of the old man. He was just thinking that it was a miracle that this fossil had been able to keep up for so long anyway, when he caught his left foot on a bolt protruding from the man's back, stumbled and fell. Rolling over, panicking and gasping, he came to rest. The others, led by Dalman, stopped their flight this time and helped the clumsy man back to his feet, while the soldiers of the city guard moved closer. Dalman gave orders to ready the crossbows again, but Urgic doubted they would make it before the Armorians reached them. Nevertheless, he obeyed. But there were still nearly 20 men and women after them, and they wanted them dead. What difference would 4 bolts make? Urgic was the last of them to shoot. At least all 4 feathered projectiles found their target, and the first of the pursuers fell on top of each other, half a second after Dalman had given the command to shoot. Urgic looked ahead. Urgic looked back. They were getting closer, and fast. He continued to look around. His eyes fell on a door. The wooden door panel had ornate carvings on it that made something inside of him resonate. He covered the short distance at a run, pressed his feisty, sweaty body against the door leaf with all his might and hoped. All of them were drenched in sweat and laughing far too loudly and shrilly to remain unnoticed for long in the building into which they had taken refuge. Dalman had been the last to rush through the door and was now leaning against it, half giving himself support and half getting ready to use his weight to keep the door closed as soon as the enemy fighters would try to follow them. In the flickering light of the great train lamp amphory and the single cold Etterfire glowstone under the ceiling, the faces of Urgic's companions looked sick and haggard. They had realized with horror that there was no latch or any other locking mechanism on this door. Again they all cocked their crossbows and inserted new bolts. Again Urgic was the last to succeed. Briefly he stared at his hands. There were already calluses on his fingers. In the future, he resolved, he would rather command men than do all the dangerous work himself. He was obviously quite good at that. But now he had to exert himself. Tense as their deadly weapons, they themselves were as they got ready, and they knew that by these measures they could at best delay their own impending doom. Already they heard the men and women of the city guard come to a halt outside the door. Someone was yelling orders they didn't understand, and eventually the last straggler had arrived. Surely the warriors outside were getting ready for the assault. Perhaps they were choosing who would be the first ones to try. A single second seemed to last hours while Urgic, Dalman and the other 2, Zajikana and the weather-beaten Thyshor, waited. Thyshor permanently ran his tongue over his lips, which amused Urgic against his will, for he remembered an old harbor whore from Namerca who called the same behavioral trait her own. Thyshor, on the other hand, seemed ice-cold. Not exactly a miracle. Zajikana was clearly older than the warrior and her skin seemed to consist only of scars. She probably didn't even know how many enemies her cutlass had sent into the eternal depths. Dalman spoke up. "Why aren't they coming?" Urgic shrugged his shoulders. Again Dalman asked. "Why aren't they attacking?" Urgic, who was kneeling in a row next to Zajikana and Thyshor, aiming his crossbow vaguely in the direction of the door, that is, virtually at Dalman, didn't know either. So instead of giving the friend a definite answer, he said, "I don't know. But I think you'd better get away from the door." We'll shoot down the first ones who try to get in here, hoping they'll hold off the others for a few seconds and block the entrance. Then we'll retreat deeper into the building. We need to draw them apart. Thin them out. Otherwise, they can use their superior numbers against us. We have to take them down one by one. Do you understand, Dahlman? Dahlman nodded and then actually made a move to follow the instruction. He pushed off from the door, but then paused once more. Do you hear that? I actually think they're pulling away. Urgic listened, and so did everyone else. Thyshor was the first to say something. By the gods of the deep. I think Dahlman is right. Every single one of Urgic's people, including himself, held their breath. Once more. Finally, Urgic whispered. Indeed, they are pulling away. I can hear their footsteps. Do you think I should look? Or do you think it's just a trick? Zajikana spoke up in response to these words from Dahlman. For the first time, as far as Urgic remembered. Her voice was immensely raspy. I don't think it's a trick. Surely they've been ordered somewhere else. Why expose so many people to the bolt to render only 4 enemies harmless? Dahlman retorted. I'll still open the door a crack to see if they're really all gone. He had sounded properly manly, strong and sure of himself, yet he now looked around among his companions for confirmation. Something. A nod, a gesture. But nothing. Urgic took the floor. Dahlman? You'd better leave that alone. At best, you'll catch a bolt. We should stay here. Haven't you noticed where we are? Surprised, they stared at Urgic for a second, for 2, 3, and 4 seconds. Only when Urgic's words had trickled tenaciously into their battle-weary brains did they slowly but surely begin to look around. Not only the small door leading into this room, which obviously had to be something like a reception room, was richly decorated with carvings. This was also true of the upholstered benches and the small tables, which had probably served to make the waiting time more pleasant for visitors to this house. The cabinets, shelves, and a reading desk were also extremely ornate. They all realized that there was most likely much more loot to be made here in this building than in all the streets of Air and Armor combined. Urgic walked over to the reading desk and opened the book that was on it. Interesting. In this book, the suppliers of the Great World Library of Air and Armor had to sign in. Dahlman was surprised. You mean this? He made a sweeping gesture. This is just the servants' entrance? Urgic nodded. Then what must the main entrance look like? I can tell you that, Dahlman. The main entrance has a double door of the noblest black walnut, studded with gold-plated steel that not even the giants from the north could bend. It has a canopy as wide as 2 galleons, as deep as 1, and supported by 12 mast-high columns. Compared with the decorations on these columns, all the carvings in this room are a bad joke. We are in the Great World Library of Air and Armor. The treasures we will find here will make us rich men. More than that. Powerful men, you understand? And women, of course. Woman, I mean. Now do as I say, and we shall recover treasures of immeasurable value. Zajikana seemed not to have noticed his stammering. Again it took a moment for Urgic's words to penetrate the minds of his companions. This time it was not Dahlman who answered correctly, but the scarred veteran Thyshor. Urgic. When you talk about treasures of immeasurable value, are you talking about gold or? Urgic smiled knowingly. He had already anticipated this objection and had a reply in mind before they had even set sail. You're welcome to be content with stealing valuable candlesticks. I'm looking for knowledge. That may not seem very attractive at first glance. You can't use it to pay for wine, gog powder, or whores. But with enough knowledge, Wealth and prosperity are no longer problems to deal with. You're quite right, Urgic. Candlesticks and any trinkets I really don't want to carry around. What I do want to carry around, though, are coins. Preferably gold. Gems would work too. You say we are in the most famous and largest library in the known world? They must consume vast amounts of parchment, tissue paper, and ink. And they have to buy that somewhere. And they have to pay for it with, well, gold. So I assume there's some around here somewhere. I think you can follow what I've said so far. Urgic nodded to Thizehor's words and tried to look confident. All right, Urgic. My suggestion is that we stay together until we find either what you are looking for, Urgic, or what I am looking for. Once we find either one or the other, we stop searching. All four of us. And then we'll each put as much in our pockets as we can carry. So either coins or the scrolls and books you're looking for. Do you agree? Again Urgic nodded. But he did not agree at all. However, for the time being, he didn't mind if Thizehor took the lead. After all, he was a real cutthroat. A seasoned warrior. He had certainly searched and plundered more buildings than Urgic had hair on his flabby chest. And no one asks me in Zajikana, I suppose. Dalman let his slightly annoyed-sounding voice be heard. Thizehor didn't even give him a sideways glance as he simply said no. Then, growling, he gave orders to put on the crossbows in the Iblis stance. Again, Urgic was the last to make it. He had always hated the drill. This earned him some mocking from Zajikana and Dalman, while Thizehor just rolled his eyes. When they were all ready, however, it was Urgic who took a few steps and opened the door that led inside the Great World Library of Air and Armor. Through the corridors. In front of them was a long, dead-straight corridor. It, too, was lit by occasional edifiers and lamp amphorae hanging from the ceiling, and was built of precious minic stone from the southern part of Kabanto. In Namerka, too, the nobles liked to use this exotic mineral when they wanted to make an impression with their small palaces and mansions. Where in the previous room it had been carvings, here it was the finest chisel work, excellently depicting ancient legends and creation myths of various cults and world views. Again and again Urgic could not help himself and stopped to look at them. Each time he was asked, usually unkindly, and sometimes extremely unkindly, to get his fat ass in motion and stop loitering. If I only knew how such a soft scholar boy could make it onto the Wave Rider. They should keelhaul the officer who hired him, growled Thizehor as he continued to hurtle along the corridor, his crossbow at the ready. His head constantly flew from right to left and back again, and he left no door that branched off from the corridor unopened. However, he did not take the time to search the large storage rooms that lay behind each one. Urgic, who took a little more time, noticed that the swashbuckler seemed to instinctively decide which room was worth a closer look and which was not. Thizehor, Urgic thought, had also been quite right in what he had said earlier. The first room on the left, which Urgic had stopped in front of against his better judgment, was a huge storage facility of inkwells, sorted by origin, color, and quality. Urgic could have spent weeks in this room alone. He imagined himself trying out all the different inks and learning their properties until he would be able to perfectly imitate every conceivable writing effect and calligraphic feat he had ever seen in his scholarly life on any parchment or in any book. Not that this was a particularly useful gift, at least not unless you had some noble book lover, or at least some wealthy patron, on hand to pay you for it in good coin. In the first room on the right, the picture was quite different. There were also barrels stored there, but apparently they did not contain ink, but wine, brandy and beer. They were also products from all over the world, and the quality, judging by the barrels, ranged from decent to outstanding. Urgic would have been happy if he could have afforded decent at least once a year. However, and the thought immediately made him feel much better, he was pretty sure that his fellows felt the same. The second room on the left was filled to bursting with flour and all kinds of durable food. But here, too, neither gold nor scrolls nor books. The second room, which was delimited to the right corridor wall by a door and which Sorcery opened without problems and looked inside, was then already a little more exciting. At least for Urgic. This was probably where the paper supplies of the Great World Library of Air and Armor were stored. However, Urgic found out after pushing past Thyshor into the large room, this paper was of inferior quality. Urgic assumed that it was not meant for books and scrolls, but for such mundane things as invoices, orders, promissory bills, and delivery confirmations. Still, the sheer volume of paper stored here gave him a rough idea of the number of transactions that surely had to take place every day. And they didn't even have to do with the core activity of the World Library of Air and Armor, but only with the daily grind, their only purpose being only to keep this huge building and the people who worked in it going. From now on it went on in this manner for quite a long time. The corridor was long and the doors to the right and left still interrupted it further back at the same regular intervals as at its beginning. Nevertheless, Urgic and his companions found nothing in the rooms that would have interested either Thyshor or Urgic. Only in the kitchen, the 12th room on their right, did they all find something they all had use for. A large cauldron of stew hung over a cooled fire. A half-baked goddess snake on a spit right next to it. On a table were several large bodies of already slightly dry sour bread. They stuffed their bellies without heating or otherwise preparing the food, which caused flatulence and mild nausea in Urgic and Sorcery. The other two probably already were used to spoiled food, Urgic guessed. But in war, you couldn't be picky. All that they had seen so far, and not only here in the kitchen, led Urgic to conclude that the library had been evacuated as soon as the siege had begun. Or if not, then at the latest since the catapults and lightning tubes of the Namercan fleet had pounded the outer fortifications of Air and Armor to mere debris. Their slight discomfort aside, they all felt better as they now, with well-filled bellies, continued their search. Beyond the kitchen were two more storerooms before the hallway ended at a large double door flanked by statues of Air and Armor's rulers, King Uxchazek and King Chagugii. The faces of the heavily armed warlords, 3 men high, looked down grimly on the intruders. It was not because of this, however, that Thyshor seemed to have lost some of his drive. Urgic looked at him. The veteran stood in front of the 2 door leaves. There was no latch to be seen. Nevertheless, something prevented the warrior from pushing the door open. Just then Dalman returned from inspecting the last 2 storerooms and only said, "There are writing desks in one, and barrels of charcoal sticks and quills in others." He looked dejected. To Urgic, however, it made perfect sense that the storage rooms for daily needs had been placed so close to the servants' entrance. Probably all that stuff was delivered in gigantic quantities, judging by the size of the rooms. In significantly larger quantities than those that one scribe or secretary alone could consume in a short time. The distances for the suppliers were kept short. Presumably, they did not want merchants and other strangers to stay in here for too long. The people working here would then gradually get themselves what they needed in smaller quantities. "Tell me, Thyshor, what makes you hesitate?" The warrior replied. "Look at these doors." "I've already done that," Urgic replied and then added. "They are true works of art, like everything we have seen in here so far." "That's not what I mean, you effete freshwater jellyfish. It will simply not be possible for us to open them without making an incredible noise. They will squeak and crunch and the noise will be heard throughout the building. That's what I mean." Urgic tilted his head. He pondered for a while. "So what? Have you forgotten already? The way it looked in the kitchen, the whole warren has been evacuated. Either when they saw our war sails or when the outer walls of their defensive fortifications collapsed. No one is here. And outside, no one will care if a door is open in any building, not even if it happens in the World Library of Air and Armor. They are busy bleeding and dying. You also saw the guardsmen who were chasing us. That may have been the last remnant squad that was able to stay on its feet. I think that instead of being cautious, it would be more advisable to make haste. Soon we won't be the only ones after the treasures of this building. Be they gold or parchment. Thyshor grumbled unwillingly, but finally agreed with Urgic. Once the decision was made, he put aside any hesitation. With a powerful kick, he let the door burst open inward. Of course, dumbass, if you do it this crude way, there must be noise, Urgic thought. The large double door opened loudly, but not as loudly as he had feared, and led into an equally large circular structure. For doors branched off, always opposite each other, with the one farthest from them facing the entrance where the 4 raiders were currently standing. The hall measured 90 paces in diameter. The center was formed by a rather high stone pedestal on which stood a reading desk. Reading desks in large numbers, though smaller and plainer, were also the main furnishings of the room. They stood in rows, all facing the pedestal. Not a single soul was to be seen. Smells funny in here. What is this room? Turned Dahlman to Urgic. Must be one of the library's writing rooms. The man looked slightly annoyed. That writing is going on here, I can see for myself. But what is being written, and what is this arrangement? Copies of well-known works are being made here, I would guess. The man or the woman up there on the pedestal had the original book in front of him. He or she read the words aloud and was responsible for making sure that every detail was also transcribed exactly as it was in the original. So they made as many duplicates one step as there are writing desks in here. Dahlman nodded thoughtfully. Urgic could see in his eyes how he was trying to imagine what likely had been happening here. Urgic thought there was something almost sacred about the order and orientation of the writing desks toward the pedestal. Can we get on then? Snorted Thyshor, then gave first Urgic and then Dahlman a shove against the shoulder with his crossbow, propelling them along. Zajakana followed them. This writing room was followed by 3 others that looked almost identical. The last of these writing rooms, however, was missing the door opposite the one through which they had entered. They had now crossed the building of the World Library of Air and Armor one time. They had disregarded the doors branching off to the right and left in the writing rooms, as seen from their line of sight, for the time being. Thyshor wanted to change this now. Cellar dreams. Thyshor's decision to start with the right side of the doors adjoining the writing rooms proved to be quite fruitless, for behind these doors hid only more almost identical-looking writing rooms. Dahlman was impressed and could not help but marvel at the number of books produced in the Great World Library of Air and Armor. Thyshor's mood, on the other hand, grew worse. True, every room, every writing desk, even every stone floor slab they set their feet on was made of precious material, be it the wood or be it the stone, artfully crafted and of unique quality, but all this was nothing you could stuff into your pockets and take it back to Namerka. Things only got halfway interesting when they turned their attention to the doors on the left. The first 2 again led into more writing rooms, from which there was no further way out. The last one, however, led into another corridor. This corridor, however, was of a whole different nature than the previous one. It was much wider, but also shorter. Artfully decorated columns supported the ceiling and created shadows in the lamplight and that of the few edifiers. Urgic, who had been silently annoyed that they had not chosen the right door right away, immediately forgot his annoyance when his eyes tried to penetrate those shadows. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, and so did his companions. They all gripped their ready-to-fire crossbows tighter. Not quite in the middle of the back wall, but slightly offset to the left, and Urgic took this as a good sign, without knowing why the corridor ended, this time not at a heavy, steel-framed double door, but at a staircase. Wide stone steps led down behind the arch of the passageway on the right, and equally wide steps led up on the left. Of course, no decision could be made without Urgic and Thyshor coming to exchange some blows. The latter insisted that gold and other riches always be kept on the lower floor. Urgic, on the other hand, wanted to explore the upper floor, since he could not imagine that books and scrolls would be stored in damp cellar vaults. Besides, there was a strange smell coming from the basement. Not unpleasant, but just a bit strange. Much like the smell in the writing rooms, which had smelled of tran lamps, heat, and the exhalations of hundreds of people that had seeped into the stone for centuries. Naturally, Thyshor began urging them to explore the basement of the exotic library. Something bristled inside Urgic and he insisted. "I'm sure you're just afraid of the basement, and those who are afraid are rarely rewarded for it," the warrior replied to Urgic's half-loud objections. "Perhaps you are right, Thyshor. What do the rest of you think of the question?" As Urgic had expected, Dalman and Zajikana were on Thyshor's side. And so Urgic conceded defeat. The stairs down led them deeper than it had first appeared. The further down they went, the colder it became. On the one hand, this was in the nature of things, but it was also due to the fact that the lighting down here was kept much sparser. There were none at all of the precious and rare edifiers, and the spacing of the long-lasting amphory standing against the walls was much greater than above. They didn't talk much as they continued to descend the wide steps of the staircase. Not a single word, to be precise. Finally, they arrived at a sturdy-looking single door. While the staircase had been rather plain by the standards of the Great World Library of Air and Armor until then, lined only with very rudimentary ornamentation, the door before which they now stood was a true gem, rivaling anything they had seen so far on the first floor of the sprawling building. A metal plate larger than a man had been attached to the thick Vivana wood planks of the door. The single scene in elaborate detail showed the execution of ruler Isiis, the founder of Air and Armor, who had fallen out of favor with his people because centuries ago he had insisted on marrying a bloody young princess from an enemy state. It was a gruesome scene, or rather, several. Every torment that had been inflicted on Isiis, every ghastly torture, was detailed and artfully depicted. Urgic and his comrades were completely absorbed in contemplating the door picture for a while. In the end, it was Zajikana who broke the spell, suddenly cursing loudly and pushing open the door. Urgic had to shake himself when he saw how big and high the dome-like room was that lay behind it. At least 4 masts high. So that's why the stairs had gone down so deep. When he finished shaking, he laughed involuntarily, while Thyshor now also muttered a suppressed curse. "Well, looks like I won, Thyshor." The veteran spat at Urgic's feet, but then conceded. "Yes, you did, glutton. Books it is then. By the gods of the deep. Wretched books shall be our spoils." Now Zajikana interfered. "All right, so it was agreed on, and so it shall be done. But there must be hundreds of thousands stored here. How are we going to distinguish the valuable from the worthless?" "Hundreds of thousands," she had said, and only now did Urgic see that the warrior had not exaggerated. The rows of shelves, fanning out in a star shape, were 4 men high and stretched far into the interior of the dome. Yes, heck, he couldn't even see where the rows of shelves ended, as the diffuse light from the edifiers hanging from the ceiling mixed with a strange, billowing haze of that Urgic couldn't tell where it came from. The haze seemed to virtually soak up the rays of the alchemical light sources. Perhaps there were hot springs under the dome? But then, how did the scribes cope with the accompanying humidity? Or perhaps this haze came from Urgic? Urgic, you have to say something already. This is your raid now. Dalman gave him a light push against his shoulder. Urgic had to pull himself together. Yes. Well, now, that's no problem. It looks like the rows of shelves have been filled according to areas of knowledge, and that's what my sources say. So, we'd best start by first finding out where the books about alchemy are, and from there hey. What? What the hell are you doing? Almost simultaneously, movement came to Urgic's comrades. Thyshor uttered a sudden sound of delight, dropped the crossbow, and then ran into the passage to Urgic's left. As he ran, the veteran drew his cutlass. Zajakana made a very similar sound and disappeared to the right. Dalman remained in place for a second, looking as surprised as Urgic felt. Then his eyes fixed on a point in the corridor directly in front of them, and he too ran off. Urgic was left behind, perplexed. Thyshor hardly noticed that his heart was beating almost to his throat, and that he was sweating and panting as if he were carrying a great burden. Fast as a hot gale from the southern climes, he dashed along the aisles lined with the gigantic rows of shelves. He just knew it was waiting for him. The gold. That untold wealth was to be found, here in this gigantic cellar. He could feel it, he could see before him how he would finally be rewarded for a lifetime of sacrifice and bloodshed. And he deserved that reward, more than anyone. For half his life he had served in the Namercan navy, slaying the enemies of Anamerca, killing them with arrows and bolts. He had stopped counting those who fell victim to his blade years ago. But the spoils and pay had never been enough to fund a retirement in dignity and prosperity. Sure, he had plundered and won his share of the spoils. But it had never been enough. Not enough for a house of his own, not enough for servants, and certainly not enough for a small harem. His father had been an innkeeper until one day some hired thugs had murdered him. Thyshor had been sure that they had been sent by Cromwell, who had also run an inn on the other side of the Swordfish Road. But he had not been able to prove it, and so Thyshor, after tracking down and killing his father's murderers one by one, had decided to burn that into the ground, all together with Cromwell and his family. At that time he had been 13 years old, and, to avoid questioning by the guards of the House of Misty Coast, which ruled over the first inner borough, he had joined the naval forces. Actually, he had other plans. Oddly enough, however, he had never managed to get away from the Namercan navy again. Now all that would change. Now. He had kept running while thinking all these thoughts. Had run until he was gasping and wheezing, and now he stumbled and fell. Hard he hit the stone floor of the deepest cellar of the World Library of Air and Armor. It took him a while to recover enough to brace himself into a kneeling position, still panting. He tried to get his bearings, but after a few seconds he realized that this attempt was futile. He had no idea where he was. What he did know for sure, however, was that he had made it. He had arrived at the destination of all his secret dreams. In front of him was a fountain, richly decorated with gold and silver inlays and precious stones. The outer edge of the fountain was about chest high, and the radius might have been 4 or 5 paces. In the center of the fountain, on a pedestal, stood a statue of a naked woman, carved from weathered but smooth stone. Her posture was stately, even majestic, and for a moment a sense of awe covered Thyshor's greed for wealth. One could see that only an extremely gifted artist could have created this statue. For although the stone was weathered, the outstanding beauty and grace of the subject was still visible. But then, when Thyshor had finally caught his breath and had gazed at the statue long enough, the greed within him again gained the upper hand. He drew a dagger and hurried toward the well. He laughed as he began to pry the inlay and gems from the smoothly polished stone of the well's wall. It was no easy work, and soon Thyshor was gasping again with exertion. Ornament after ornament he broke out, and gem after gem he freed from its setting. Diamonds, rubies, opals, and emeralds. As large as hornbird's eggs, some considerably larger. Just one of these stones would enable him to his dreams come true. But there wasn't just one. There were many. countless ones, just waiting to be taken by him and turned into gold. The palm of his sword hand was already bleeding as the rapidly forming blisters burst open, for in his frenzy he had not exactly spared himself. Even when he noticed the blood, he didn't think to pause in his actions to bandage his hand. He had to acquire as many stones as he could before the others would arrive here to take their share. The stones were his. He had discovered the well with the statue. He alone. Yes, the stones are yours alone. Yours alone. Zajakana knew she had to hurry. She could hear his screams. The screams of Frodin, the only man she had ever loved. At first they had only echoed softly from the past, then louder and clearer. At that time they had gone much too deep into the mainland and had been ambushed by a Bedouin tribe who wanted to relieve them of their treasures. Frodin had fought bravely, along with a handful of his comrades in the rear guard, while the main body of their force had sought salvation in flight. Part of this main body had been Zajakana herself. She, and Frodin's child, whom she had carried under her heart at that time. Zajakana had had to be there, for she was a member of the personal guard of Lord Wernel, an ambitious and straw-headed upstart who had led the expedition in the name of the island king. When the damned noble coward had given the order to retreat, she had cursed him. But still she had obeyed her orders, for she had still had hope for Frodin and the rear guard. But this had been dashed at the next dawn. The Bedouins had caught up with them and surrounded their army camp during the night. To demoralize Lord Wernel, not to mention his troops, they had let them see how they dealt with prisoners. Only 50 paces away from her, they had lined up the few survivors of the rear guard. Frodin had been among them. Zajakana remembered exactly how fast her heart had beaten when she had seen his bloody face. It had been beautiful once. Once. Now the left cheekbone was broken and deformed, and his whole countenance was swollen and burned. But that was not what had shocked her. Beauty fades quickly in Namurka, she had learned at a young age. No, what had thrown her into deepest despair from one second to the next had been his gaze. There was nothing left in his eyes. Nothing more of what had made him him. No more trace of an alert mind, no more trace of his wild passion for fighting and lust for life. Only silent, paralyzing horror, which nothing and no one could oppose. Frodin had already been dead that moment. And the Bedouins had not even begun with executing their prisoners at a ghastly pace. They did this artfully, cruelly, and with the greatest possible theatrical effect. 3 took their turn before Frodin. The first met his end under the stamping hooves of a vicious decamel. The second they doused with oil and set on fire. The third was quartered, and Frodin's arms and legs were chopped off one, by a huge, hooded Bedouin with a heavy, two-handed scimitar. They had taken their time. Frodin had screamed like an animal, and it was these screams of Frodin that she now heard again from somewhere inside that huge dome. There had been nothing she could do then. Her orders had made her interference impossible, and even if that had not been the case, she had been so young then, had hardly killed an enemy herself, and the unprecedented cruelty of the Bedouins had made her despondent. She probably would not even have been able to move if Lord Wernel had actually given the order to attack. But he hadn't. The coward, spat upon by all the gods, had surrendered. But of course only after Frodin had been hacked to pieces. Hot anger still seized her when she thought that the reluctant noble had let her witness all those and even more horrible things while he had been unable to make a decision. Of course, he had surrendered, yeah. It had taken 2 years for them to eventually be released for ransom. The Bedouin men. Well, she had lost her child in captivity. As said, there had been nothing she could do back then. Now, however, things might be different. She owed it to Frodin, and she owed it to herself to at least try. So she had started running like the wind, her cutlass in her right fist, ready to sacrifice her own life to end her lover's suffering and her ever-recurring nightmares. She came to a halt in front of a fountain that must have been at the center of the underground dome of the World Library of Air and Armor, for the ceiling above it seemed infinitely distant from her. In the center of the circular structure, a pedestal rose above the chest-high walls, and on this pedestal, in the center of a fountain, was the statue of a beautiful, naked woman who seemed to be looking toward Sorcery with an expression of womanly understanding. For a second, Sorcery was amazed at this fountain, and at how lifelike the statue looked. And then Sorcery wondered about the statue raising its arm and pointing at something. Sorcery followed the outstretched finger with her gaze, and then she saw Thizhor poking out an eye with a dagger, severing the nerve cord and poking it in, from Frodin, her beloved Frodin, who was slumped on the edge of the well. Avenge him. Avenge your beloved, and do it quickly. With a wild cry she rushed at Thizhor. A most unpleasant feeling pierced Dalman's mind when he saw Thizhor and Sorcery running away. He knew this feeling because he often felt it. The name of this feeling was envy. Urgic was so much smarter than he was, Thizhor was an incomparably better swordsman, and Sorcery had a cold-bloodedness that he himself could only dream of. They were all superior to him, were better warriors, indeed, better men than himself, even the fat alchemist in some ways. But by the cold gods of the deep, that didn't mean they could deny him his share of the spoils. So he too had set himself in motion to snatch his share of the spoils. His boots hit the stone tiles of the World Library of Air and Armor at a fast pace. Sometimes when he ran, he had the feeling of floating, then his mind detached a tiny bit from his body. He had this feeling now, too, only to a much greater extent. He was just aware that the shelves to the right and left at the edge of his field of vision had become blurred shadows, while he concentrated entirely on his destination at the end of the barely noticeably curved aisle. For he knew that his target was waiting for him there. His prey, and the ones that were trying to take from him. Damned, treacherous cutthroats. Scoffers. Self-important, arrogant creeps. While still running at full speed, he brought the crossbow forward, which had only struck against the back piece of his leather armor in a most annoying way anyway. With his left hand he drew his cutlass awkwardly. He was ready to fight for what was his. Those dirty bastards. They should pay, for trying to take advantage of him, the treacherous Thizhor and the sneaky Sorcery. He would probably have to take care of Urgic, too, but the obese sissy posed the least danger. He could take care of him last. How could they disrespect him so much that they thought they could get away with it? They were like all the others. All his life, Dalman had been underestimated. Had been passed over, for almost every promotion. For his father he had been the whipping boy, he had been ridiculed by his brothers, and his mother's love. Well, he had at best received the remnants of this love. And so it had gone on and on for all his life. The older ragamuffin boys had beaten him up, and later the cadets of the Namercan Navy had done their part. He also knew very well that Urgic secretly laughed at him, thought he was a fool, and only put up with him so that he would protect him. But today all that would change. He had such a feeling ever since they had entered the dome. It was flowing through him. Today was his big day, the day he would prove to the world and the gods what kind of man he was. And then he would return to Namerca loaded with riches. Then it would no longer be difficult for him to find a good wife. They would fight over him, the women, scratching their eyes out to be allowed to marry him. They would. Dalman had become so fixated on his coming triumph that he almost didn't sense that he had reached the end of the shelf aisle. His breath rattled wetly, at the back of his throat, as he slowed his run and finally came to a stop exactly at the end of the last shelf. He had to be right in the middle of the gigantic dome now, because beyond the circular square with the fountain, the rows of shelves filled with countless books and scrolls continued, seeming to disappear into infinite blackness in all directions. In a sense, this central circular square was a sort of clearing in the forest of writings. The thought was still going through his mind as his gaze lingered on the statue towering in stately pose on a pedestal in the center of the fountain. Although the stone just below the surface was riddled with cracks. No, not cracks, veins, yes, veins. Dahlman felt as if the statue was looking directly at him, and he was only able to withstand its gaze for a split second. It was as if he did not have the right to behold the majesty of this work of art, of this woman, and so he looked away again, and that was his good fortune. In the greenish light of the eternal fires he saw Zajikana. She was crouching on the badly mangled corpse of Thyshor, wordlessly stabbing the veteran's completely deformed face over and over again. She has not noticed you yet. This is your moment. Dahlman raised his crossbow. Soul Devil and whispers. Startled, Urgic looked after his comrades. What was the meaning of this? Why did they leave him here? Were there footsteps behind him? He whirled around. No. Nothing. They knew he couldn't keep up with them. Hadn't Dahlman said that this was his raid now? Then why did they suddenly disobey him? While he was still thinking, he decided, without knowing why, to take the passage also Dahlman had chosen. Urgic almost thought he could just make out his friend's figure in the haze ahead, but with each step Urgic took, Dahlman seemed to take 2 or 3, and his outline became fainter and fainter before Urgic's eyes, blurring into the distance. Urgic just barely saw his friend yank his crossbow off his back. Then he could no longer see Dahlman. At first Urgic had also run as fast as he could, but soon he had realized that there was no point. Of course he didn't want to be left behind alone, but he wouldn't be able to catch up with Dahlman until the man stopped somewhere. The alchemist was simply too slow and too ponderous for such things. He lapsed into a slightly increased marching speed that he knew he would be able to maintain for a while. He had to pull himself together, had to resist the urge to stop again and again and take this or that book, or this or that scroll from the shelves and look at it when a title particularly appealed to him. This whole dome was one huge treasure trove. A hoard of secret knowledge. If only he had more time. And if only his comrades had not behaved so strangely. Why were they so short-sighted, so stupid? Resentment rose in Urgic because they simply could not realize that this knowledge was infinitely more valuable than all the gold that 4 warriors could carry. Again and again he also passed books, scrolls and folios that had most likely been torn from the shelves by Dahlman when he had brushed them with one of his shoulders. He kept having to force himself not to pick them up and put them back in order each time, or simply to read them. How much of lifetimes had gone into collecting all these treasures? A distant and in long echoes fading scream came to his ear. A scream that sounded so terrible that Urgic stopped on the spot and shuddered. Someone was in insane pain. He had heard such screams often enough in the past few hours, but outside in the streets of Air and Armor they had not sounded nearly as terrifying as they did down here in the cellar dome, deep underground. And what's more, he was sure that the scream had been emitted by one of his comrades. After all, the whole building was empty and deserted, so it really could only be one of his own who was screaming. Or could it not? Had they been ambushed? By all the gods under the sea! The realization actually hit Urgic like an arrow from an ambush. No! Of course, the World Library of Air and Armor had not been left unguarded. The strange smell. The haze. Urgic should have figured it out much sooner. Then he could have spared his friends a terrible fate. He knew that smell, but only now was he able to isolate it from the multitude of smells and tastes he had archived in his alchemy memory. The immunization rituals he had already performed with his old mentor years ago. Soul Devil was the name given to the gas that the Aaron Armorians had released down here before evacuating the World Library. It also had other names, and not a few. However, none of them would occur to Urgic at that moment. Soul Devil was a terrible poison. In liquid form, it drove its victims to deflate in a horrible, frenzied way, and in its gas form, it amplified the core of every human being in a twisted way that could also only end in death and ruin. The immunization ritual back then had been truly horrible, and he had survived only because his master had tied him up with thick ropes. Hardly surprising he had not remembered it fondly. Relief crept into his mind despite the ghastly memories, for he, Urgic, was immune to the poison gas. His comrades, however. Now Urgic was sure that it had been Thizhor's voice that had yelled a moment ago. They turned on each other, yes, perhaps they no longer recognized each other, and... Spellbound by cold horror, he for a split second surrendered to the memories of all the chimeras and nightmare figures he had seen before his eyes during the ritual. Terrible manifestations of his fears and desires, grotesquely exaggerated and distorted into true horror. That was what his comrades were going through. His mentor had looked like a horrible god of the dead, had evoked contradictory feelings of revulsion and self-destructive lust in him, and that with a force Urgic had never experienced before. How would his comrades react to him if he stumbled upon them now? Urgic was creeping now, had slowed his marching pace further, and now he was doing Dalman's bidding, picking up his crossbow as well. More screams sounded, no longer quite so distant, but no less terrible than the first. Then the clang of steel on steel. After a few more minutes of hesitant and fearful creeping forward, the time finally came and the rows of shelves that seemed to have grown oppressively closer and closer to Urgic ended, revealing the view of a well. Thizhor's screams and the clatter of weapons had died away a while ago. More shouts and screams had followed the brief moment of silence, but Urgic had not been able to tell who had been shouting. With his crossbow raised, he peered around the last of the huge shelves on the left. Dalman stood with his back to him and was almost entirely enveloped in billowing haze. He had placed both hands on the parapet of a fountain that looked strangely out of place down here, with a statue in the center. Urgic heard his friend muttering something, but could not quite get the words. Dalman looked up at the statue of a woman, and to this statue he seemed to be speaking. Thizhor lay further back on the stone floor. There was not much left of his head. Zajikana lay not far from him. A crossbow bolt was stuck in her left thigh, and Dalman's cutlass had split her head. Urgic could see that because the blade was still stuck in her skull. Sometimes that happened, and for some reason Dalman hadn't bothered to free the blade from its bony prison. Wasn't like him to be weaponless in such a situation. Like the stammering he was constantly emitting hadn't been enough, Urgic would have known by now at the latest that something was wrong. It was not the dead and the blood that frightened Urgic. He had already seen a lot of that today. No, what made him tremble was this sudden outbreak of madness caused by the soul devil gas. The scribes know exactly how to defend their treasures, he thought, and he was just wondering how to proceed now, when Dalman slowly turned to him. Urgic raised his crossbow. Dalman had not turned in a way as if he were looking for something or as if he had heard a noise. His movements had been much more purposeful. As if he already exactly knew where Urgic was. But surely Urgic was mistaken there. Dalman had not been able to see him. There you are at last, poisoner. She told me that you would come. I've been waiting for you. The voice sounded different. Urgic said nothing, looking at Dalman. His hands were bloody and splashes of dark red covered his armor as well as his face. On the right side of his chest was a deep hole in his leather armor, from which more blood was seeping. Urgic also realized that his initial assumption that Dalman was unarmed was not entirely correct. Although he had neither cutlass nor crossbow in his hands, he was holding a blood-stained dagger in his left hand, from which some remnants of tissue were still hanging. He took a step toward Urgic and switched the blade to his right hand. "Stand still, Dahlman, for the sake of our friendship." The portly alchemist's voice trembled. So did the crossbow in his hands. And then it trembled some more as Urgic realized that he would be lost if his bolt missed the target, for Dahlman did not think to stop, but took another step forward. In a fight, he would be vastly superior to Urgic. Urgic could not run away either, Dahlman was much faster than him. Now, in the light of the edifiers hanging far above from the dome ceiling, he could see the drug-induced madness in his friend's eyes. Lust for murder, hatred and despair in an absolutely deadly ratio lay in Dahlman's gaze. As if this was the final, definitive proof that Urgic really had no other choice, his thoughts began to change. If I aim at the chest, I have the best chance of hitting. But won't the armor take some of the force out of the bolts? Just shoot. Can I be sure it will go through it? What about the head? Through the eye, yes, that's best. But I'd never hit that. And what if I shoot him in the leg and then try to escape? Would I have a chance then, or will he still? Just shoot. Urgic hadn't even noticed that he had activated the crossbow's trigger mechanism. The weapon bucked in his hand as the string sent the inserted bolt on its way. Way too early. Way too early. I wanted to let him get much closer, so that I could really. But Urgic had hit the target. The bolt, he saw it now, had pierced Dahlman's neck, right of the larynx, and then had crashed with a wooden clatter against the statue on the pedestal in the fountain, spattered it with Dahlman's blood, and then fallen with a soft splash into the water. Urgic felt sick, the crossbow slipping from his trembling fingers. Dahlman's eyes were even wider than before, and with clumsy fingers he groped for the holes in his neck, one in front and one in back, trying to keep the blood from flowing out of him. Of course he was not going to succeed, but it took him a few terribly long seconds to realize it. Then he fell over. Dead. His friend Dahlman was dead. I should go and at least close his eyes. Urgic gave in to the sentimental thought and knelt down next to Dahlman. He tried it first on the left eye. Every time he closed the lid, it snapped back to its original, wide-open position. After 3 attempts, he gave up and tried the other eye. This time, the lid stuck halfway, and below, Urgic could see only red-veined white. The alchemist threw up. Damn it, this is not how I imagined it. I sure as hell didn't. I'm sorry. If you can hear me, Dahlman, I'm really sorry. You did everything right. A stony sound rang out, as if 2 bricks were being very slowly rubbed together. Urgic startled. Surprisingly quickly for his corpulence, he was back on his feet and realized that he had apparently snatched up Dahlman's corpse and was now holding it protectively in front of him in a sick embrace while he looked around frantically. Who else was here? He spun once in a circle around his own axis, staring as far as he could into each of the corridors formed by the shelves of the World Library of Air and Armor. Was there a shadow approaching back there? Or in this aisle? In that one? Damn it all, the haze made it impossible for him to make out anything more specific. That sound had sent goosebumps all over his body, and now it sounded again, only very softly, and in it there was a little bit of the sound of sand softly trickling down. This time, however, Urgic could locate the sound. He turned slowly to the statue, for he did not have the courage to do it quickly. He looked at the marvelous work of art. Made by master hands, no question about it. The stone was old, ancient even, but Urgic could see that the woman shown must once have been held in high esteem. Was there an inscription in the pedestal beneath her perfect feet? No quite, but the entire fountain had been carved with words on the inside walls. Urgic tried to decipher the words, but the stone was too weathered. Then the sound rang out again, and involuntarily he took a few steps back, unable to take his eyes off the statue. Had it moved? Had its posture changed by a tiny bit? No. No, it could not be. No. It was still standing there just as before. Anything else would have made no sense. And anyway. Stay. I need you. When the sound was heard once again, he began to run. Just to run. Nightly streets. Namerka, 24th day of the thirsty moon, 1578 after the Ascension. The Gravid Weasel is one of those seedy dives where anything goes. Some make their fortunes at the dice or the cards in the flickering light of the whale train lamps and in the many dark corners 1 hour, and an hour later are found in the gutter with their throats cut. Some may gain the wet and hot attention of a barmaid, only to find how cold the bite of a blade feels when the love of these ladies cannot be properly repaid. Figures in weatherproof hooded cloaks murmur orders to scarred, branded and tattooed underlings in dark corners, and scowling fellows sit alone in seedy boxes, cold-eyedly surveying the goings-on, waiting for someone to call upon their merciless services. Is never meant personally. Of course not. Most of them, however, are looking for cheap intoxication, trying to wrest a few hours of carelessness and drunken happiness from the juggernaut of a city at whose lowest and most degenerate end they find themselves, without, of course, having any real chance of ever making it further than here, before the dim light of the coming day brings their worries and hardships back into their consciousness with unsparing clarity. The soundscape resembles that of any tavern in Namerka. Loud at the bar and around the fireplace with the great cauldron of steaming stew, and quiet and cautious and at the same time grim and anxious in the shadows at the edge of the bustle. Occasionally the laughter, discussion and desperate banter is broken by the dull clap of a fist on flesh and a subsequent cry of pain, only to return quite quickly to the normal din of drunken people. The owner of the Gravid Weasel, Gorm by name, is a rock of a man. Despite his old age, he still exudes a strength and authority that makes even hardened soldier boys listen to his words as long as they are under his roof. They know he can get his way. The right half of his face and skull is hideously burned, and where his left ring finger had once been, there is now only a scarred stump. The streets tell of a retaliatory action by the House of Hylorn, whose mercenaries dumped Gorm, after weeks of torture, as a bloody bundle of flesh with broken bones, back at the gate of the Gravid Weasel. However, no one knows anything about the events that led to this. About a month later, however, many nobles of that house were found dead and badly battered in their beds. This cozy place was just left by Igben the thief. He was in a good mood, very good mood, to be exact. Drunk, the pouch under his shabby coat still filled with enough coins and his stomach satiated to just the right degree, he let the door of the Gravid Weasel fall shut behind him. The din of the tavern was abruptly hushed to a whisper, and Igben's eyes, very much to his delight, adjusted quite quickly to the darkness of the alley. The dim light of the stinking whale train lanterns cast merciful shadows over the squalor of the area. Igben sucked the night air, which was nevertheless quite fresh in comparison, into his lungs with a deep breath and made his way to the modest but still halfway decent room he currently called his home. His movements, despite his slight drunkenness, were still lithe enough to identify him as the young man in the prime of life that he was. The exact number of his years, however, even he did not know. He kept to the right edge of the street, alert in a seemingly casual way, always ready to disappear into the shadows or a tiny side street should danger show itself from any side. No one who lived, or better survived, here had no enemies, and Igben had paid a lucrative visit to Mr. Dinkelstein, the jeweler from Stone Street, just before his visit to the Gravid Weasel. However, he did not believe that the latter had already noticed the burglary and the absence of some of his more worthless jewelry from one of the side showcases. You just can't get too greedy, then you can get away with a lot here, Igben thought to himself. Always stay modest and don't attract attention. Still, he found the weight of the unadorned but very well-kept long dagger at his belt quite comforting as he quietly continued his way through the alley. At one point he jolted around when he heard a sickly cough and frantic rustling of clothes from across the alley, but a quick sideways glance told him that it was merely a drunken corpse with what was surely a thick skull rising from the gutter, only to vomit loudly afterwards. Calm down, he took his hand off his dagger and continued walking while his pulse rate slowed down again. Every now and then, as he made his way out of the buildings around him, sounds of pleasure or even pain would reach his ears. Sometimes he couldn't tell the difference, and he didn't care. People, that is. Tomorrow he would go to the market and get enough food and wine for the next 2 weeks, perhaps one of the lean chickens that his neighbor, old Kaan, had clucking around in his parlor. Before that, he would pay off his considerable rent debt and give Era, his old landlady, a little bonus on top of that for being so patient with him. When all that was done, he would take a real hot bath in one of the few bathhouses in his neighborhood and enjoy himself. Perhaps a visit to Yasma, the little black-haired girl, 2 houses down would be in order as well. Or should he rather put his remaining money on one of the large, scarred battle dogs that were sicked on each other almost every evening in a backyard and the chain alley? These cheerful thoughts quickened his steps considerably, and he made rapid progress. The door leading to Era's house, and thus to his room, just came into view when he froze. Something was not right, not at all. Quick as a flash, he drew his dagger and left the faint circle of light from one of the whale train lanterns that illuminated the streets of Namerka at night, pressing himself against a shabby wall in the darkness and watching his home, being like spellbound. His gaze searched gropingly over the facade, feverish and flickering, and hastily Igben tried to find the reason for his sudden fright. But he was still too far away to see anything more definite. Slowly he crept forward, his drawn blade hidden under his cloak so that no unwanted flashing of cold steel would betray him. Step by step he groped his way through the darkness until he saw it. There was no lamp burning in the house, but the faint light from one of the lanterns in front of his home was just enough for him to see that the front door hung crookedly on its hinges and was not fully closed. And he saw something else. In the right ground floor window he perceived a movement, a kind of dangling and turning movement. A movement like that of a lifeless body hanging from the ceiling by a rope, he thought involuntarily. He felt a chill. Era? Had they strung Era up? Who had done it and why? Because of him? Were they still there? He was getting hot. He almost wanted to turn around and run away, just as far away as possible from the corpse he thought was his landlady's, away from the men who probably were still in the house waiting for him. But he had to be sure. Was there really Era hanging from the ceiling, and was she really hanging there because of him, because of his recent break-in, cold, wrinkled and lifeless? He cursed his conscience. Step by step he made his way forward, always careful to stay in the dark. He had come to within 15 paces of the damaged door, and thus a little further toward certainty, when he saw a figure crouching to his left across the street. With a small, cocked crossbow at the ready, it stared in the direction of the house he had called home until tonight. The figure had not yet noticed him, but as soon as he approached the front door of the house, he would be in the shooter's direct field of vision without cover. He went over his options in his mind. A sprint to the door, then slamming it shut behind him as quickly as possible, putting its thick, old wood between him and the deadly bolt that would undoubtedly howl behind him, would possibly get him into the house alive. But then what? He didn't know whether even more men with crossbows were waiting for him right in there. No, too risky. He chose the only other way he thought was open to him. Step by step, he worked his way backward, always keeping an eye on the figure across the street. When he paused 10 paces behind the mysterious crossbowman to set about crossing the street, he had scratched his but not once even. Crossing the street, the thief began to sweat even more. Now he couldn't make the slightest noise, not the slightest sound, or the figure he was sneaking up on would wheel around like a venomous sea serpent and shoot. At 10 paces, even a mediocre marksman wouldn't miss his target, and Igben strongly doubted that this guy was a mediocre soldier boy. The longer Igben took to sneak up on the crouching, lurking figure, the more deadly he seemed to him, and the more foolish his own purpose seemed to be. Despite all the anxious thoughts in his head, Igben made it across the street without attracting the marksman's attention. This was where all his years in Namurka's alleys and his choice of profession came in handy. With sweaty palms, he maneuvered himself close behind the figure still intently watching his house and took a deep breath. 2 steps. 1 step. Now. Tense to the utmost, but without a battle cry, even without drawing a breath, Igben sank his sharp blade to the hilt from above between the unsuspecting man's neck and shoulder and twisted it with all his might. A soft, whimpering gasp escaped the marksman, but it was only the reflex of a dying body. A gush of dark blood poured from the man's mouth, running down his throat and chest, only to mingle with Namurka's street dirt in the next moment. As quietly as Igben's physical strength allowed, he let the dead man slide to the ground and dragged him further into the shadows of the alley that, just beyond the man's original position, branched off from the street. He turned the man over onto his back. Igben's eyes searched for clues, anything that could tell him about the man's identity, affiliation or intentions. His gaze wandered to the dead man's feet and back again. Good clothing, but not new, light leather armor on the torso under the cloak, a quiver with the small bolts strapped around the right thigh and a short sword belted to the hip. Next to it a pouch with coins. The enemy's face looked somewhat younger in death, but Igben, who had seen a corpse or two before, estimated the man's age at about 40. With thoughtless routine, Igben tore the gold ring off the man's right ear and took his pouch of coinage. The guy certainly didn't need it anymore. But a little change was not what the thief was primarily after. He took another look at the body, looking for a coat of arms, a signet ring, a tattoo, or any other kind of identifying mark that could help him to better understand the man's presence and his motives. Again, he found nothing. Had the man been a lone wolf? A mercenary on behalf of a mysterious string puller? One of the jeweler's men? Nothing about the body gave Igben any clues, so he rose, shrugging inwardly, and then turned back to his other problem, the corpse of Era, hanging from the ceiling in her parlor, slowly rocking back and forth. I wonder if it still does that. The rocking. He shook himself, couldn't help it, then peered cautiously around the corner of the alley and looked again at the front door, still slightly askew and not fully closed, waiting for him. Nothing seemed to have changed. Igben saw the still-cocked crossbow of his latest victim lying in the darkness at the edge of the street, cautiously crept closer, exactly to the position where he had stabbed the marksman, and picked it up. It had gotten a little blood on it, which he wiped on the inside of his coat before taking his dagger, also bloody, in his left hand, and now, with the captured weapon in his right, he crept a little more confidently on toward the house. He was not worried about further enemies on the street. If someone else had been lying in wait for him on the street, the murder of the crossbowman would never have gone unnoticed and would certainly have provoked a reaction. But this had failed to happen. So Igben now crept more purposefully than before toward the building, careful only to avoid the field of vision of the windows. Arriving at the wall of the building, he hurried crouched and close to the wall until he reached the door and listened. For a full minute he paused beside the entrance, crouching and listening and staring, but perceiving nothing except the usual sounds of a city that was, by and large, in deep sleep. Half lying down, he peered through the small gap between the door and the frame into the darkness of the hallway. The room door to the parlor must have been closed, so that no light penetrated into the hallway from there, which now was only slightly illuminated by the street lamp. He could see nothing neither the stairs leading up to his room at the end of the hall, nor the closet that stood on the left side of the hall and housed the few clothes Era called her own. Here he was at a disadvantage. Should someone be waiting for Igben in the night-black entrance, he would definitely be the first to see him in the backlight of the street lamps and could comfortably put a bolt or an arrow between his ribs without exposing himself to any significant danger. He moved quietly and cautiously away from the door, which at the moment proved too dangerous for him to use, and straightened up to peer through the parlor window. In this, too, he had little luck. From his angle of vision, the reflections on the dirty pane of coarse window glass speckled with inclusions made it impossible to see more than vague shadows. There was only one way if he wanted to get inside now. He crept a few yards back toward the door and checked the crossbow. It was ready to fire, the small steel bow at its front end more than tightly bent and the vicious-looking bolt well lodged in the groove. Igben took another deep breath, then kicked the door, which then sprang inward, and a tiny moment later pressed the trigger of the crossbow. The weapon jerked in his hand as he sent the bolt on its way, and a split second after that he heard the projectile hit the wood of one of the steps ahead of him with a dull, dry sound. No scream, no falling body. He had simply fired straight ahead, at belly level, which kept the probabilities of hitting either a standing and a kneeling opponent reasonably balanced. To avoid standing like a dumb sheep against the light of the street and making a perfect target, he had simultaneously dropped the now useless crossbow and, his blade now back in his right hand, made a valiant leap into the darkness of the hallway. Crouched and holding his breath, he tried to pierce the blackness with his eyes, the about forearm-long dagger in a defensive position in front of his body. He listened into the darkness. No rustle of clothing told him of the attack of a still unseen enemy, no creak of a floorboard led him to assume that someone was moving toward him with a drawn weapon. Silence throughout the house. After the relative noise of his advance into the hallway, he found this silence oppressive and eerie. Slowly, however, his eyes became accustomed to the darkness, and soon he was fully assured that no one was in the hallway, waiting for him. Igben relaxed a little. He would certainly have been heard, and either the unknown enemy would have taken flight or gone on the attack, Igben told himself. A little more confident than was appropriate for the situation, he closed the front door behind him as best he could and blocked it makeshift with the small wedge that hung in a metal bracket on the inside of the door. From the outside, at least, no one would be able to surprise him at the moment. Just a second ago he felt a bit like a victor because of his recent deeds, intoxicated by his own courage and all the battle heat in his blood, but when his heartbeat slowed down again a bit, he realized that he might still be in danger. Now, what Era's death might mean for him in the long run, he didn't waste a thought on at the moment. He had to search the house. Grisly images of the corpse dangling from the parlor ceiling flashed through his mind, causing him to turn left first. He was not yet ready to expose himself to the sight. His dagger back in defensive position in front of his body, he nudged the rickety kitchen door open with his foot. Crunching and creaking, it swung open inward. In the oven, the last embers of Era's cooking fire were just dying. It was slightly warmer than in the hallway and smelled of the dry dung that had fed the fire. The slight difference in temperature gave Igben goosebumps that spread unpleasantly tingling over his body as his gaze wandered over the table covered with simple wooden dishes and scraps of food, over the faint glow in the stove and Era's old pot hanging on a rusty chain over the stove, over the rotten wooden shelves with all sorts of herbs and other dishes and cooking utensils, quickly to all corners of the room. Again, there was no one here. Stove. He courageously entered the room and reached for a lamp on the shelf to his right. Still alert, he went to the stove and lit the lamp. Blinded by the new brightness for the first moment, he looked around the kitchen and blinking, his eyes adjusted to the new situation. In the small, homely room there was the usual busy chaos that Era always left behind, and which, in her opinion, had not been worth the work of eliminating, since it always came back again anyway, no matter how much effort she made to keep order. No signs of a fight, everything as usual. He took a deep breath. After checking the kitchen, there was no excuse left to avoid the parlor. Now he had to go over and face the truth. He braced himself inwardly, took a deep swig from the half-full wine bottle that had been on the table, and walked back into the hallway toward the parlor door, lamp and dagger stretched out in front of him. Igben held the lamp in front of him like a shield, let the door swing inward with gentle pressure, and entered. The flickering light of the whale oil lamp confirmed his first suspicions, except that it was all much worse than he had assumed. He had completely disregarded the smell until now. It was omnipresent in the small room, the smell of blood, feces, and urine. Igben instantly vomited, having no chance to control his body's reaction as the smell washed over him. With almost superhuman self-control, he just managed to avoid dropping the lamp as the convulsions shook him, and everything he had ingested in the gravid weasel came pouring out of him. When gradually only bile rose up from his stomach, he had himself halfway under control again. With a trembling hand, he placed the lamp on a shelf next to him in such a way that it illuminated the room sufficiently for him to get an initial picture. Yes, it was Era, whose lifeless body hung from the ceiling. No, she had not been strung up. From her shoulders protruded the tips of two silver, sharply cut, red metallic shimmering hooks. They had been driven through her body from back to front. The hooks were connected by a chain, also silver, that had been thrown across the center ceiling beam of the parlor. A few steps away from Era lay an overturned chair, and Igben could see in his mind's eye how it must have happened. He forced himself to concentrate, forced his mind to stay in the here and now, not to get lost in the gruesome imagination and not to fall prey to the horror that stretched out its claws at him. He spotted the source of the unspeakable stench, discovered the pool at Era's bare feet, noticed the threads of blood and other bodily fluids that trailed down her thin, naked legs like the trails of raindrops on a window, forming an ever-growing puddle beneath her limp body. He could not see Era's face from his position in the doorway, and for that mercy he was grateful. Her head hung limply, and her white hair, still thick despite her age, also hid the upper half of her torso. He let his gaze slide away from the corpse for a moment and around the room. There was another lamp. It was on the old sideboard to his right. He took a large step over his own vomit, at the same time careful not to walk in or even come near the corpse, whose presence accusingly dominated the room. He managed to light the second lamp as well, despite all the disturbing impressions he had been exposed to. Now the room was a little better lit, and Igben could make out more details. All details. Again he would have to retch, was disturbed, disgusted and helpless at the same time. He couldn't do anything with what he saw there, couldn't put the pieces into place. Era's body was covered with countless deep cuts that formed bizarre marks. The blood in the deep wounds was already beginning to crust over, still glistening reddish here and there, but now, in the light of the two whale train lamps, it looked more like it had been painted on her body with black ink than deeply and forcibly carved into it. Igben realized how long her dying must have dragged on. The longer he gazed at the dead body as if in a trance, the more he became aware of the tremendous cruelty of what must have taken place here. While Era hung from the ceiling, pierced at both shoulders, in terrible fear and agony, she was inflicted cut after cut, one after the other, until her old, naked body was entirely covered with the cruel marks and signs that the cuts formed. The marks. What were they? Stars, other patterns he couldn't place. They seemed to be connected to each other, to form a great whole that he just could not grasp. He was perplexed above all else. He had grown accustomed to the gruesome sight by now, and the wretched stench of death that dominated the small room he no longer even noticed. He put his dagger back into the sheath on his belt, for lack of a better idea, and half sat down on the sideboard. He didn't know how long he remained in this position, staring at the corpse, a gigantic black void reigning in his mind. At some point during this time span the sun must have risen, for the room was now even brighter than before, and one of the lamps had stopped burning when the emptiness left his mind again. The pale light of Namerka's sun groped its way into the parlor through the dirty windowpane, mercilessly and unconcernedly revealing more details to Igben. The floor was littered with footprints, with reddish-brown imprints of heavy boots. It had been at least 2 men who had murdered Lyrr. The fingers on her limply hanging arms were all broken and at bizarre angles to each other. Igben's ability to feel horror had left him. For the first time since he had entered the small house and discovered the body, Igben ventured forward, now cold and matter-of-fact, and examined Lyrr's dead body up close. He walked slowly around it, looking very closely at each of the strange marks that had been cut deep into his old friend's flesh, memorizing them and trying to discern a meaning. He did not succeed, but by now he was sure that it had not been pure sadism that had driven the wretched swines to commit such a cruel act. After circling Lyrr twice, he stopped and, with some effort, lifted her head. He looked at old breasts, now no longer hidden by her hair and also marked with bloody cuts, further at the wrinkled veined neck and finally at her dead face. Slowly he lowered her, in death's surprisingly heavy head, forward again. They had cut out her tongue and knocked out some of her teeth in the process, presumably with the dagger that had been used to do so. Lyrr's right eye was swollen shut, while her left stared upward, glassy and twisted. Another bloody wound gaped on her forehead, probably from a blow. This had probably been the first blow, which had certainly first knocked the already old, defenseless woman unconscious and thus allowed her murderers to carry out their cruel work. Had they cut out her tongue directly afterwards so that she could no longer scream? No, then they would not have had to break her teeth out in the process, her mouth would have been slack and open. The killers had driven the hooks through her shoulders while she was unconscious and hung her up. Only then had they committed the rest of their disgusting act. Igben was now certain that this whole god-spitting thing had nothing to do with him. If the men had been looking for him, they would have simply interrogated Lyrr, stabbed her, or even just stunned and tied her up and waited for him. But what was it about the crossbowman he had killed in the alley tonight? He would have to put that aside for now. The symbols on her body seemed to show a strange system that Igben did not understand. Not yet. Slowly he realized what he had to do. With dagger and quill. He stepped to another sideboard on the opposite side of the small room, reached for a quill, inkwell, and several sheets of thick, already faded paper. As accurately as he could, he carefully drew symbol after symbol on the paper, taking a new sheet for each arm and leg as well as for the torso. Not only the symbols themselves, but also their arrangement might be important. Emblazoned on Lyrr's lean back was a symbol that seemed to be something special. It was larger than the others, a circle whose diameter took up almost the entire width of her dead body. Within this circle, the perfection of which surprised Igben upon closer inspection, had again been carved many jumbled seeming lines and other, smaller symbols. Whoever had done this had to have practice. A lot of practice. Igben shivered. For a brief moment, he saw Lyrr's torment in his mind's eye again, but quickly shook off those thoughts and finally finished his work. When he was finished, he left the leaves to dry and left the parlor. He had to keep up his strength, he told himself. In the kitchen, he stared out the dim window as he gobbled down bread and ham and a wrinkled apple without really tasting anything. Slowly and gradually it had become livelier on the street in front of him and the first doors opened, releasing gray, crouched figures from their houses, who set about going about their respective day's work. Chamber pots were dumped on the street, and here and there some mangy mutt trotted about doing its business. Soon the crossbowman's body would be found, but that did not worry Igben. No one would probably report it anytime soon. It was more likely that the first person to find the dead in the tiny alley would take his clothes and run away. It sure was true that this quarter of Namerka was one of the better ones. It was under the control of the House of Olmstrak, and there were probably patrols of the guard of this house, but the soldiers were reluctant to attend to the affairs of the citizens. They were content, on the whole, to collect their protection money and invent reasons for inspecting taverns and brothels. Besides, it was still early in the day. The first patrol usually didn't come by here until just before noon. By then, the white manatees that were ubiquitous in Namerka and the street mutts would probably have rendered the body unrecognizable. But he had to get Era down. At night he had been able to see the shadow of her dangling corpse in the light of the lanterns, and now it was really bright. He couldn't have prying eyes or questions from the neighbors. No one was really friends here, but Era was asked for advice now and then when someone was sick. Often she would then make a special tea, which in many cases provided relief. In this way, and from his irregularly paid rent, she made her meager living. Igben went back into the hall and checked that the door was still firmly locked with the wedge, then re-entered the parlor. The stench of death still hung in the small room like a black, poisonous cloud, but it no longer bothered Igben. At first, he tried to be respectful and careful with the corpse as he attempted to take it down, but he just couldn't do it that way. After a few minutes of clumsy trial and error, he was already drenched in sweat, and finally he shrugged his shoulders inwardly, clutched the corpse at the hip with his left arm, lifted it a little, and jerked and pulled with his right hand on first one, then on the other hook until, each accompanied by a smacking, wet sound, they came loose from the corpse and Igben had to lunge under the sudden weight of Era on him to avoid falling or dropping her. Slowly, he lowered the body to the ground and laid it down. He retrieved a sheet from a drawer, wrapped her up, and rolled her against the outside wall of the parlor. She was now out of sight, at last, out of the sight of the people on the street and especially out of his own. He felt relieved, as if he could now breathe a little more freely again. Then he noticed that his clothes, his hands, and probably his face were completely stained with Era's blood and wound secretions. In a blaze of panic and disgust he tore off his clothes, dropped them in his belt with the dagger on it on the spot and hurried to the kitchen. There he got the fire going again and placed the largest pot he could find on the stove, filled it completely with water from two of the hoses hanging on a wall hook next to numerous bunches of dried herbs, and then added some soapwort to the pot. It would take a while for the water to boil. Naked, he climbed the stairs to his room, pausing only briefly to pull out the crossbow bolt he had blindly shot into one of the stair treads that night, and tossed it carelessly behind him on the floor of the hallway. His small room hardly deserved this designation. It was tiny, a half-clean but unmade bed and a chest on the floor constituted all the furniture. Igben lifted a loose floorboard and took out a pouch of coins, another dagger and a scabbard of brittle leather, 3 throwing knives, and a set of lockpicks. Then he opened the chest. From this he took out some small vials, which found themselves in a leather belt made especially for them. Each of the small vials contained a different liquid that served a different purpose. They had cost him many coins, which was why he had never used them before. That might change soon, he thought grimly. His burglary yesterday at jeweler Dinkelstein had required very little finesse, and Igben's vanity had dictated that he must not complete this little heist with all his equipment. He took one more item from the box. A short, sleeveless chain mail that barely covered his torso. He didn't allow himself more armor, it would limit his speed and mobility too much. Blackened and heavy, it lay in his hands. He gazed at it pensively for a moment, then gathered it all up and went back to the kitchen, where the fragrant water had begun to steam in his pot. He washed himself from top to bottom with the warm soapy water, rubbed himself with his cloak, and when the water began to boil, he threw all his clothes in, as well as the cloak, to boil out all the blood as best he could. After a while, he took the pot off the fire, let it cool a bit, and took out his clothes. Carefully he draped them around the fire, for they had to be dry again by nightfall. Only now did he remember the bolt and the small crossbow. He went into the hallway, by now scantily clad with a tablecloth wrapped around his hips, and picked up the bolt again. He then cautiously peered outside through a crack between the door and the frame with the bolt in his hand. He was looking for the crossbow. He had dropped it before storming into the house that night. Hopefully no one had discovered it yet. The body in the alley and a bloody crossbow right outside the front door, such a combination of circumstantial evidence even the dumbest and most corrupt guard couldn't ignore. There it was. What luck! He unlocked the door and pulled it open. With a feigned yawn, he stretched in the doorway and took a deep breath. The air rushed into his lungs and instantly invigorated him. After the wretched stench in the parlor and the musty heat of the dung fire in the kitchen stove, it did him more than good, and so he remained in the doorway for a few moments, watching the sluggish activity on the street. He couldn't see anything suspicious, no one seemed to take much notice of him, and so he waited for an unobserved moment, quickly picked up the crossbow, closed the door and locked it again. Back in the kitchen, he sat down at the rough table, spread out his equipment and the crossbow and bolt in front of him, and looked at them. A small, poisonous-looking weapon about the length of his forearm, it was made of dark, oiled wood, the trigger smooth, and the small bow that drove the bolt was made of blackened, thin steel. The bolt itself was also made of dark wood, also had a steel tip, and felched with the feathers of a bird he did not know. He cocked the crossbow with some effort and inserted the bolt. Ready to fire, he left the weapon on the table and set about cleaning his encrusted dagger. Then he also cleaned the old leather boots he called his own, and finally sharpened his blades. By now it had become noon, and he could do nothing more until nightfall. He wrapped himself more tightly in the tablecloth, curled up in front of the warm stove, and fell into a fitful sleep dominated by dreams of blood, vengeance, and torment. In the Gravid Weasel. Namerka, 25th day of the thirsty moon, 1578 after the Ascension. When he awoke, the sun of Namerka had set, and only the last, weak glow of the hearth fire still gave him a little light. When he regained consciousness after a few minutes of half-awake twilight, the first thing he did was to rekindle the fire with the last of the dung. His clothes had dried sufficiently in the meantime, and he quickly dressed again, the stained leather pants and boots first, then his shirt of coarse linen. He forced the blackened chain mail over himself and carefully tied it up with the leather straps attached to the sides. Over the chain mail, to hide its existence from enemy eyes, he pulled another wide shirt of dark cloth, which he let flutter loosely over the waistband of his pants. The belt with the long dagger at the side he put on next. Over it he tied the belt with the vials, so that the small vials were at his right hip and he felt the long dagger at his left. This way he could draw it comfortably with his right hand if necessary. He distributed his 3 throwing knives on the shafts of each of his boots and a leather forearm strap on his left arm. His last, smaller dagger he placed in a scabbard worked into the back of his vial belt horizontally at waist level. He threw the surplus, brittle leather scabbard into the furnace. He looked around the kitchen again, then went over to the parlor and picked up the drawings he had made. He folded them carefully, put on his dark hooded cloak, put the drawings in one of the numerous inner pockets, to which he also distributed his lock picks, and took his 2 pouches of coins. One, the lighter one, he fastened to his belt, the other he stowed in his coat, in the left inner pocket of which he also hooked the small crossbow. He made a final tour through the house in search of useful items. He knew where Era kept her little money, but he would not touch it. It felt wrong to him, and most of all, he wanted to finally get out of here. Do something. Finally, with the help of the remaining whale train, he quickly and methodically started a fire, pulled his hood deep into his face, and left his burning home without looking back. The dark streets of Namerka took him in, and he set out on the hunt. Someone would be held accountable for Era's death. Igben's path led him first back to the Gravid Weasel. the shabby speakeasy was already half filled with regulars from the neighborhood. A group of sailors had gathered around the big pot by the fire in the middle of the main room, drinking and joking loudly with each other. The boxes were still empty with one exception. Only in one sat Marla, the waitress who was on duty tonight, eating stew from a wooden plate. As always, Gorm stood behind the still empty counter, surveying the room from time to time and otherwise busying himself with carving strange little wooden figures that he thought represented weasels, but on a few occasions Igben had only succeeded once in identifying one of these figures as such. Gorm distributed his little boredom-born works of art all over the pub, occasionally responding to criticism of his craft with a fist bump. Igben flipped back his hood and stepped up to the counter. Gorm looked up and gave him a prompting nod. "What do you want again?" his gaze said. "Beer and stew," Igben replied. Gorm grumbled, grabbed an already filled mug of the stale ale he usually hawked, and set it on the counter in front of Igben. "Pick a table, Marla will bring your food in a minute." Gorm nodded his head in the approximate direction of a free table and turned back to his carving, but slowly looked up again when he saw what coin Igben had placed on the counter. A thick, shiny gold coin that Igben was still half shielding from prying eyes with his hand so that only Gorm could see it. He raised an eyebrow questioningly, a facial expression that could only be seen if one looked very closely because of his disfigured face. Igben said nothing, just looked at Gorm steadfastly, thinking. Finally he said, "I have questions. After dinner." This sentence was actually a request, since no one gave Gorm orders in his own pub, but the fact that Igben hadn't actually formulated a question made Gorm aware of the urgency of his counterpart's request. He eyed Igben's face attentively. It appeared determined, though momentarily clean, sallow and harried, and among the signs of determination Gorm saw the signs of great effort and dragged-out fatigue. He decided not to reprimand Igben for his minor rudeness and instead nodded curtly. "After dinner," he said, shooing Igben away with a wave of his hand like an annoying fly. The latter complied with the gesture without another word, took his beer, sat down at one of the tables, and took a deep swig. Gorm let the coin disappear, called for Marla, and continued whittling. At some point, admittedly not immediately, the stolid woman trotted over to Igben's table and set a wooden plate of steaming stew down in front of him, and Igben was sure it was the same plate and spoon Marla had been using a moment ago, but he didn't care today. Without tasting anything, he bluntly spooned the plate empty, sipping his beer now and then. The gravid weasel was filling up more and more, but so far no newcomer had tried to sit down at Igben's table. Instinctively, the somber-looking young man was avoided by the other patrons. A group of musicians came in. They posted themselves as best they could beside the fire. After a brief introduction of themselves, they began with Isii's song, a somber ballad of which pretty much every Namercan knew at least the first few lines. Once a man named Imran was swift with ship and spear, lord of waves and lord of seas, bound to conquer all the world. There was a child, a kingsman's daughter, grew up in lands quite far away, bright in mind and strong in will, and Isiis was her name. Imran fights and murders wildly, mocking gods without a thought, sends his foes into the depths, and riches he obtains. Her still laughing in the distance, grows a woman and a witch, learns the words the darkness whispers, secret knowledge she does gain. Imran, victor of all battles, lives with gold and women fine. Yet greed sleeps only for a while now, and again adventure calls. Isiis, beauty without equal, skin like milk and hair like blood, wild her spirit, black her powers, and no suitor good enough. Imran comes from far the ocean. In the eyes the embers glow. Isii's land burns, becomes his own. Her elders find a gruesome end. Isiis sees them burning, dying. Bright as sun. Igben had enough of the lengthy ballad, even if the singer was quite serviceable and the lute player outstanding. My era found a gruesome end, he thought, and took a big gulp. Besides, they forgot the sweet verse. Murderer. Soon the ale was emptied, and Igben glanced over at Gorm. The latter caught his gaze and blinked briefly. While Gorm passed more beers across the counter and swiped coins, Igben stood up and made his way toward the privy. When he had exited the main room through the low archway in the east wall to the left of the counter and had dodged one of the now drunken sailors who tried to push past him, swaying slightly, he continued directly toward the foul-smelling little chamber at the end of the hallway, which contained nothing but buckets of piss and shit separated from each other by flimsy curtains. Truly a dirty job that Marla and her fellow workers had to do here when they emptied the buckets from time to time. Igben, for his part, was glad he didn't have to enter the chamber. Halfway to the foul-smelling room, he stopped, made sure he was unobserved, and pressed firmly with his right hand against a very specific stone on the left side of the corridor. With a soft, grinding sound, a half-door-wide section of masonry swung inward, and Igben slipped through, closing the doorway behind him. The room beyond was Gorm's sanctum. Here the grim giant did his more lucrative business, and here Igben had also sold him the spoils of his raid yesterday. Lit by a single edifier, the room was dominated by a large table with a handful of chairs. The walls all around were lined with shelves heaped with many a treasure, trinkets, caskets and weapons adorned with precious stones. It would never have occurred to Igben to help himself here. He knew Gorm and its reputation too well. Instead, Igben took a seat on one of the chairs, kept his eye on the secret door, and waited for the innkeeper. Inevitably, he had to wonder how this massive man kept managing to squeeze through the narrow gap. His unspoken question was soon answered, and Igben almost had to grin as he watched the giant with the burnt face squirm to enter the room. When the latter closed the secret door behind him again and took a seat across from him with a questioning face, Igben's amusement quickly vanished. "What do you want, Igben?" Instead of an answer, Igben handed Gorm the folded drawings he had made. "What is this?" demanded Igben to know. Gorm gave no answer, but looked at the drawings slowly and carefully, sheet by sheet. Finally, he folded the sheets back up and handed them back to Igben. "Do I look like a scholar?" "I have no idea what that is, but I can see it has to do with magic." "I don't need anything like that around here." Gorm stood from his chair, aggressively leaning forward. He said, "Better you leave my inn now and don't come back." "Where did you see those signs, huh?" "Not at the old Dinkelstein's place, did you?" "Is that damn jewelry you sold me enchanted?" Igben raised his hands in a calming gesture. "No, not from the jeweler, I swear to you. I copied them, they were cut into a body I found yesterday. By accident." Gorm, who had just prepared to lunge at Igben, froze in motion. "Whose corpse?" "By accident? The blacksmith's wife? What were you doing in the forge? What would someone like you want with a hammer and anvil? Have you two been doing it?" Expectant, tense, and still ready for sudden violence, Gorm stared Igben straight in the eye, waiting for an answer. Jumbled thoughts raced through Igben's head. What was this all about? The wife of the blacksmith? Had she been tortured and killed just like Era? What was going on here? "No, I never had anything to do with that woman," he replied. "Boy, you're holding back something. And I don't like that." Igben sighed. "Era. The signs are from Era, my landlady," Igben said, and then he haltingly told the whole story. Gorm listened in silence until Igben had finished, and then he continued to be silent for a long time with an expressionless face. Finally, when Igben was beginning to wonder if his counterpart was sleeping with his eyes open, he spoke again. "Pay attention, yesterday and 10 days from there, the blacksmith got really drunk here, didn't say a word at first, just poured mug after mug into himself. He does that sometimes, about every 10 or 12 weeks, so it didn't seem unusual to me, you know? Well, anyway, at some point he started babbling to himself that his wife had been murdered, was hanging from the ceiling all cut up and bloody and naked, with broken hands and no tongue. At first I joked with him, said something about without a tongue it would surely be a bit quieter in his life now and things like that, but at some point I became queasy and left him alone. He didn't let me provoke him any further, he just kept on babbling. In the end he fell asleep with his head on the table. Late the next morning he finally rejoined the living and staggered out. Gorm paused his narrative briefly, rubbed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger, and continued speaking. Then I guess he wasn't lying, was he? Well, it doesn't matter, because this morning one of the ragamuffins came by here for breakfast and told me they found him, that is, the blacksmith, stabbed in the back, somewhere near where you live. Damn it, Igben, did you get that guy around the corner? No, I told you a guy ambushed me with his crossbow cocked, and... Wait. Igben rummaged frantically in a pocket of his cloak, and finally he brought to light the earring he had torn from his captor. He placed it on the table between Gorm and himself. Did the blacksmith wear such a ring in his ear? In his right ear? What a little sea crow you are, Igben, eh? You really don't let anything go to waste, do you? He twirled the golden ring pensively between the fingers of his single hand. Well, yes, that must be the blacksmith's earring. He wore one like that. So you really blew him off the island and sent him into the deep, huh? Igben suddenly felt the need to defend himself. But what, in all the darkness, was that guy doing with a crossbow on my doorstep, can you possibly tell me? Relax, no one will hear about it from me, besides, I didn't like the guy much. He was a bit of an ass if you ask me, and he stunk too, Gorm replied with a grin. But it's a bit funny, isn't it? Igben ignored the last remark. He must have known something. Maybe he was patrolling at night, or knew the guys would come to Lyrr next, or maybe he tracked them to their house. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, Gorm. Igben stood up. I'm going now, feel free to keep the earring. It's kind of too heavy in my pocket. Igben left the room again through the secret door, leaving Gorm at his table, a system of cleverly placed mirrors telling him that the passage to the privy was empty. Gorm would allow some more time to pass before returning to the counter where Marla, sweat on her face, stood in for him. Better safe than sorry, and no one needed to know that he and Igben the thief were doing business together. The gravid weasel was filled to bursting by now, and things were getting heated, a circumstance that suited Igben very well. No one noticed him, no one who was here today would remember him. Once more he let the door of the pub fall into the lock behind him and made his way to the blacksmith's house. Gutter dogs. While he moved vigilantly through the dark, foggy alleys of Namerka, he thought. Lyrr's house must have burned down by now, or perhaps the fire had been put out by neighbors. Fire was a big deal in such a tightly built city. One way or another, he had put it behind him, and the fire had cleansed him of all sentimentality. For the time being, at least. What interested him now was what the blacksmith had known. He must have found out something that had put him on the trail of the murderers. Had he observed something, perhaps the whole, gruesome act? Had he watched, safely hidden somewhere, as his wife had been stabbed, cut and bled? Or had the killers 10 days ago left more traces than last night in Lyrr's house? Tracks that even a blacksmith donkey had been able to follow? Igben hoped so, because what a donkey could do, he should be able to do without further problems. The house of the blacksmith was located in the domain of the House of Rigon, one of the numerous smaller houses. There were no guards or beadles here at night, only the ostentatious estate of the Ricotons themselves, surrounded by a high wall, was guarded by men and women with spears and chain mail. The invisible transition between the two quarters could be perceived only if one had lived in Nemerka for a long time. There were minimal differences in the architecture of the buildings, in the way the streets and alleys had grown over the centuries, and even in the dress and attitudes of the people who lived here. Igben immediately noticed this change in his surroundings, knowing that he would soon be close enough to his destination to move more cautiously and be more alert. Especially at night, danger was omnipresent in the gigantic island city, and a life did not count for much. A single person could quickly become a victim here, and for 1,000 reasons so. Even if the darkness, repeatedly broken by lanterns, might pretend otherwise to his sense of time, he recognized from the degree of busyness of the streets that this night was still quite young. A grocer with a donkey-drawn cart rumbled noisily past him over the damp cobblestones, and further back a group of young men stood under a lantern. They were circling a jug and eyeing the passers-by. The houses he passed were still lively as well. Laughter reached his ears, sacred but slightly discordant singing from a small chapel of St. George to his right, the clatter of dishes from a room on the second floor next to it. A mangy dog ran yowling past him, a bloody wound on its flank and chased by 3 half-grown, stick-wielding street brats with gleeful, thoughtless murder in their eyes. They see everything, Igben thought to himself. The blacksmith's body had been the first discovered by this kind that morning, too. He passed the young men with the jug in their midst unmolested and continued on his way. Gradually, as he approached the edge of the Ricoton quarter where the blacksmith's house was located after 2 hours of brisk walking, the distances between the street lamps became greater, the dark areas more frequent, and the small mounds of waste in the street more numerous. Night had advanced, and before him Igben found no signs of life at all. As if dead, the shabbier houses lay before him. Only from a 4-story building on his right a little light penetrated the street to help the sporadically burning lanterns in front of him. There were now about 100 paces separating him from his destination. The blacksmith's house was at the far end of a square called Ironhaw, into which the alleyway Igben was currently opened. He didn't want to rush it and head straight for the house, he was almost there already. He could and should afford to be a little careful, he told himself. Igben looked for a good observation post in the darkness and gazed over at the house for just under half an hour. Not far from it was a larger building. The neighborhood's communal stable. A carriage stood in front of it. Another one to the left of the blacksmith shop, in front of a residential building. Otherwise he saw nothing. He was about to continue on his way when he saw 2 shadows scurrying across the square. The 2 crouched figures, looking cautiously in all directions, approached each other and seemed to confer briefly. Then they separated again. One took cover behind the carriage standing against the wall of a house on the left side of the Ironhaw Square, the other hid in the shadow of the communal stable on the right. They were lurking. Men, judging by their movements. The animals housed in the stable snorted uneasily when they sensed the man's presence near them, but soon fell silent again. Igben no longer wanted to wait, no longer just react, he wanted to do something, wanted to attack. Unnoticed and using every little shadow as cover, he slowly crept up to the figure behind the carriage, his crossbow in his right hand. With this opponent, he reckoned he had the best chance of eliminating him without his partner at the communal stable noticing anything. The night had become quite quiet in the meantime, but still the animals made noises now and then, pawing with their hooves or snorting, and thus distracted the attention of the guy near them from what was happening on the square. While Igben was still imagining how he would make the bolt bite into the neck of the stranger, the door of the forge suddenly flew open, and in front of a faint glow of light falling from inside the building, the figure of another man emerged, preparing to cross the square. He made no effort, did not try to hide. He confidently descended the 3 steps from the door to the square and started walking, straight across the middle of the open space towards the street where Igben was hiding at the moment. Now life came to the two fellows. They let down their guard, stood up and called to the man. "Hada, what are you doing in the dead witch's house, lad?" It sounded from the figure on the left, while the guy who had been hiding at the stable in the meantime pulled a short-handled battle axe from under his cloak and was sneaking up behind the new player in this strange game. "Surrender to the Guard of Light, scum," came another demand from the left cutthroat. Igben quickly considered changing his plan and trying to get a clear shot at the guy with the battle axe, but then changed his mind again and now briskly continued to stalk the guy on the left, whose attention was currently fully focused on the newcomer in the middle of the square. The latter had stopped in the meantime and turned towards the direction of the caller. Some light fell on the man's face, and Igben could see that he was long past his prime. He was quite fat, wore the richly decorated robes of a scholar, and appeared to be unarmed. What was such a person doing here, in the middle of the night at that? Behind and unnoticed by him, the man with the battle axe approached in a crouched, strike-ready posture. 10 more steps before he could attack, and Igben read in his face and posture that he intended to do just that. The fat scholar shouted, infinite disgust written on his cowardly face. "Guard of Light? Pah! Murdering scum you are, wretched, murdering vermin." He spat. 8 more steps. From the left came the reply, "Anyone in league with dark forces has forfeited the right to live in Namerka. You are aware of that, aren't you, Master Urgic?" Igben had gotten into a good firing position in the left's back and laid on. 6 more steps. "Endowment is not dark, you deluded toad." "Darkness is only in your master's mind," retorted Urgic passionately. Igben let the bolt fly, and just as he had intended, it slammed into the man's neck from behind, exited the front, and whizzed past Master Urgic by a hair's breadth, finally ricocheting off a house wall across the street and falling to the ground. 4 more steps. Master Urgic ducked in fright and cried out, not understanding what had just happened, and looked in panic at his swaying adversary, from whose throat red liquid was flowing in gurgling gushes. 2 more steps. "To me if you want to live, fat idiot," shouted Igben in the direction of the scholar, making his presence known. With some amazement and horror, Igben had noticed that the axeman was not dissuaded from his own purpose by his shot. 1 more step. The axeman lunged to split Master Urgic's skull with one murderous blow. Igben dropped the crossbow and drew his long dagger. Master Urgic made a leap in Igben's direction, the axe fighter's blow came to nothing and the scholar crashed into the dying man, whom he had called a toad only moments ago, knocking him off his feet and going down himself with a yelp. With a primal sound of anger, the axe fighter threw off his cloak and straightened to his full height. Igben perceived that he wore chain mail, a considerably longer and heavier one than himself, and was about his own age. They measured each other with glances as Igben brought himself between the scholar lying on the ground and the young assassin with the axe. The axeman's long, blonde hair was tied back, and there was an abysmal hatred in his gaze that, when it met Igben's, instantly erased any thought of any form of diplomacy from the thief's mind. They circled each other, and Igben immediately realized that he was hopelessly outmatched in direct combat. His opponent was no simple street thug or highwayman. This man was trained in combat and determined to finish him off. He was already charging at Igben with a horizontal, waist-level strike that Igben just barely dodged with a backward leap. He almost fell over the corpse, whose blood was dampening the pavement, but caught himself just in time to parry the next downward blow with the long dagger in his right hand. The brute force contained in the blow brought Igben to his knees, but also gave him the opportunity to draw one of his small throwing knives from his boot shaft with his left hand. The axe fighter lunged again, seeing Igben at a disadvantage, and as the battle axe, which the warrior now wielded with both hands, prepared to come down on Igben from high above his head, the thief rammed the throwing knife deep into the bigger man's thigh, left it there, and rolled off to the left to avoid the fatal blow, which struck the very spot where he had been just a blink of an eye ago. Only after the axe fighter sensed his failure did he also seem to notice the knife in his leg. For a moment he wanted to reach for it, seemed to want to pull it out, but when he realized that Igben, still crouching, was about to lunge for another sideways strike against his leg, he took a limping step back and clutched his axe tighter again. His face was now contorted in pain, and a fine trickle of blood ran from the leg wound, yet he grinned derisively at Igben as his strike had come to nothing. Igben rose from his crouching position, not without having drawn the second throwing knife from the other boot shaft, and again the two opponents circled each other. Igben damned himself for his failure to have pulled the knife back out of the wound, for then he now could watch the obnoxious fellow slowly bleed to death as they danced around each other. But at least he had wounded him and thus evened the odds a little. The moment he fended off another boisterous attack from the warrior, Igben saw the fat Master Urgic rise again out of the corner of his eye. Igben immediately regretted allowing himself to be distracted as the deadly battle axe sliced through his upper shirt and scraped painfully across his chain mail. He had to finish the fight, and as quickly as possible. Dancing around, dodging and parrying seemed to tire himself out faster than the trained warrior, who kept lunging and driving Igben across the square so aggressively that he had to be careful not to get maneuvered into a house wall. But slowly Igben recognized a certain pattern in the axe fighter's attacks, a pattern that often repeated itself. A series of short, quick blows at some point was always followed by an even more powerful blow from above, for which the axe fighter had to lunge further. Igben had to anticipate this blow. The first time he succeeded, Igben thrust his dagger at the warrior's face, but the latter was able to dodge at the last moment and only took a long, superficial cut on his cheek. The sudden pain made the giant break off his attack this time and take a step backwards, but the fight was not yet decided. Again the blonde attacked in his usual manner, determined to put an end to Igben's life. This time, when the series of quick attacks was over and the axe fighter lunged for his double-handed strike, Igben hinted at a high parry against the axe handle, but took a quick step forward toward his opponent and slid his long dagger across both of his adversaries' forearms. The murderous force the man had put into his blow made Igben's blade bite deep into the guy's own arms, and sinew and flesh were severed to the bone. The axe fell from his hands, and even as the warrior stared in disbelief at his bleeding wounds, eyes wide with horror, Igben drove his dagger into his skull from below, through his mouth, with all his might. Instantly, the man's legs buckled and the warrior collapsed dead. Gasping, Igben stared at the dead man, and when he realized that he had won the fight, he quickly looked around. Master Urgic stood frozen and pale a few steps away from him, staring open-mouthed at the gruesome scene. So this one was still there, within his reach. Good. Igben, with some effort and counter-pressure from his boot, pulled the long dagger out of the axeman's skull, wiped it on his trouser leg and put it back into the sheath at his hip. He also put the throwing knife he had been wielding in his left back into its place in his boot, and did the same with the throwing knife still stuck in his opponent's leg. Then he grabbed the feet of the corpse and started dragging it towards the forge. "Hey, scholar, take that other guy there and come with me to the forge. We have to talk," Igben said as he stopped short at the level of Master Urgic, who was still standing there as if paralyzed. The scholar obeyed after a brief moment, perplexed, and when the bodies had been moved into the forge, Igben bolted the door behind them all, pulled the sweating and panting Master Urgic into the parlor, pushed him down on a chair, and said, "I hear you." Even as Igben waited for the old fellow to begin speaking, he set about searching the two bodies. The man with the pierced neck was several years older than his blonde companion and had brown hair and a rampant beard that wildly and raggedly took up most of his face. Methodically, Igben tossed everything he found on the dead onto the table. "Come on, talk," he snarled indignantly at the scholar, who still had not begun to speak. "What brings someone like you to the scene of a murder at night?" What were you looking for here, and who are these two? Dear sir, the stout man began in a trembling voice. I can assure you that my appearance in this unfortunate house. Fuck this, shouted Igben, who was in the process of snatching a chain with a medallion from the bearded corpse's neck. Again, what were you looking for here? I had to see the body because the symbols that had been spoken of. I heard about the blacksmith's story, and, well, you can't keep almost anything secret here on the streets, as I'm sure you know. This one, the blacksmith's wife, she's not the only one who's been done up like this. All over Namerka, even in the royal quarter, there have been similar cases, and when I heard about a case near me, I just had to come here and, as the chief alchemist of the Ricotons, try to shed some light on it. The old man spoke with a slight touch of pride. So, what do the symbols tell you? Surely the blacksmith's wife is lying here somewhere, rotting away, isn't she? Igben was curious. Why yes, she's in the kitchen, but I was too slow. The decay is so far gone, and the cats and rats here. He paused for a moment. I couldn't identify any of the signs anymore. Was there a silver chain with 2 hooks, driven through the shoulders from behind? Yes, the hooks are even still stuck in the rotten flesh. How do you know T? A friend died the same way, that's all you need to know. Igben, who had curtly cut the scholar off, had just finished searching the bearded man and now set about examining the blonde axeman's corpse more closely. Why didn't you take a bodyguard with you, fat man? Why didn't the quarter guard do anything? How shall I say? The High Lords don't care. So many terrible things happen here night after night, and the guard, well, the guard is instructed to protect the wealthier citizens, and only in the domain of their respective houses. The high officers of each guard do confer with each other every 10 days, yes, but mostly they are just engaged in petty squabbling. We alchemists are different, we exchange ideas, we are interested in the increase of knowledge. Most of us are, at least. At one of our meetings I learned that these murders had occurred, and when I heard about the blacksmith's wife, I simply had to come here. Admittedly, I was forbidden by old Lord Ricoton to go here, let alone take a bodyguard with me. So you're here on your own to investigate the symbols, summarized Igben, who was in the process of plucking another medallion from the blonde's neck. It appeared to be identical to the first, and Igben whistled softly. He tossed it to the other items on the table and continued his search. Yes, that's right, but unfortunately I got here way too late, so all that effort didn't do any good, and by a hair I also got caught by those guards of light? That's what this one, Igben interrupted, pointing at the bearded man. Called. What does that tell you? Nothing specific, however I recently read of such a cult on the mainlands. It seems that these people are hunting witches. Witches in their vocabulary includes, so the rumor has it, however, significantly more than actual witchcraft. Basically, for these people, anyone who can read already is a witch. They have nothing to do with light in the sense of good, and... Well, this is what I know, A comrade sent me a letter with a freighter that had transported cattle here from Hugstad, describing how these people had raged terribly among the population there. I haven't heard from him since, the scholar concluded his report. So these, Igben half-heartedly kicked one of the corpses at his feet. Are Hugstad mainlanders who have come here to murder educated people? Perhaps they come from elsewhere. They were last in Hugstad, it seems. And as for their attire and victims, educated may be the wrong word. Knowledgeable or gifted may be more correct. Take the wife of the blacksmith. She truly could not be called educated, but she could recognize and treat the ailments of horses, so it is said, better than anyone else. Supposedly, she only had to speak certain sounds into their ears, and immediately even the most aggressive horse was lamb-like again, Master Urgic replied. and Era knew exceptionally well about herbs. Slowly the picture came together in Igben's head. The other dead, who were they? A bookseller, a felcher, a George's priestess, a duelist of the House of Federlich, and so on, all of them said to have a special talent, each of them outstanding in his own way. By now there must be nearly 20 dozen dead. Igben stood up and walked up and down the small room. Finally, he made a decision and reached into the pocket of his cloak. Here, I drew this off my friend's corpse. Now you have your symbols. He threw the sheets on the table in front of the scholar, who immediately began to study them feverishly. While the fat man seemed to have left the real world from one moment to the next, Igben looked at the belongings of his dead opponents in front of him. The medallions were indeed identical, they seemed to be an identifying mark of the group. He put one of them in a pocket of his cloak, then put all of their money into his own pouch. Mainlanders, having come by ship from Hugstad, did not look like seamen and carried no papers from any of the numerous Namercan harbor masters. Had they arrived in the island city as stowaways on one of the freighters? Not likely. Hey, fatso, turned Igben to the scholar, who in the meantime had been working his way through the sheets and was just getting ready to start his studies all over again. Have multiple murders ever taken place in a single night? In places so far apart that it couldn't possibly have been just these two here? The reviled man looked up from his leaves and, overhearing the insult, said, "Oh yes, sometimes there have been as many as 7 deaths in one night, and it is, as you suppose, very unlikely that it could have been only 2 men." Igben turned pale and sat down at the table next to the scholar. So there were many more of these light guards sneaking undetected through Namerca, continuing their bloody work. Where did they live? They had to sleep somewhere. Presumably, they also came together every now and then to scout out new victims, exchange information, and pat each other on the back. At which of our ports do the freighters from Hugstad arrive? Igben turned to Master Urgic again. Well, here at the Ricketon port, the High Council of Hugstad made an exclusive supply contract with the Old Lord, just last ice moon that was. Why do you think so much meat is served here all of a sudden and the whole neighborhood stinks of cow shit? Came the scholar's almost incredulous reply promptly, shaking his head at such a huge gap in knowledge. Meanwhile, the next morning dawned, and Igben, who still had much to think about, decided to stay at the forge until lunchtime. You can mark off the symbols, fatso. I'm sure there's writing material somewhere in this mortuary. If you're still here when I wake up again, I guess I'll have to let you bleed. And forget you saw me. Master Urgic gulped, but then rose awkwardly and went in search of pen and ink, while Igben curled up in his cloak near the stove. On the lookout. Namerca, 26th day of the thirsty moon, 1578 after the Ascension. As he had intended, Igben awoke around noon. He quickly rose and looked around. Satisfied, he registered that Master Urgic was nowhere to be seen and the drawings of Era's wounds lay accurately folded on the table. He took them again, pissed into the weak embers of the stove and let his gaze glide once more through the room. The bodies of the 2 light guards still lay on the floor. He circled them and began searching the parlor and adjoining rooms for something edible. In the dim daylight of Namerca, he could see that the small house was well kept and had probably enjoyed a certain prosperity. In the course of his search, he also found the body of the blacksmith's wife in the next room. The fat scholar had been right, she was already quite decomposed, but still hung by the silver chain from a beam. Just like Era, it flashed through Igben's mind, only the wretched stench of death had almost faded. He also noticed with discomfort the gnaw marks and bite wounds on the lower parts of the corpse, which must have come from rats, mice, and cats. Igben quickly left the room. In a cupboard in the neatly tidied kitchen he found some dried meat and, chewing and pulling his hood deep into his face, left the house. No one seemed to take any notice of him, though of course he was aware that many pairs of eyes must have been watching the night's fight. But here in this area of the Ricketon neighborhood, people probably didn't meddle in other people's affairs, and the aura of violence and death had also kept the looters away from the blacksmith's house so far. Igben wondered when one of the braver gutter brats would be the first to set his filthy foot in the house to take what he or she could get. He made his way through the now much busier streets to the harbor. He didn't get much of his long march through the streets, alleys and lanes of the neighborhood. He was too lost in thought. Finally he had reached the port, and his vigilance returned. With keen eyes he roamed from here to there, watching the ships docking and departing, observing the eternal unloading and loading, and how the meager day laborers toiled themselves to exhaustion for a few small coins that would, at best, buy them a crust of bread and a flea-infested place to sleep. He saw captains and officers, flanked by armed sailors, go ashore to go about their business or to get necessary papers at the harbor master's office. He memorized the rhythm of the patrols, who were on duty in groups of 4, wearing the light blue skirts and the emblem of the Ricketons. Thus he drifted until a new night dawned and the first lanterns and dung fires were lit. He had noticed nothing out of the ordinary, everything seemed quite normal. In a bad mood and with dark thoughts on his mind, he finally entered the tavern named the Harpooner and took a seat at the counter. He had already spied out the Harpooner when he had entered the harbor area. Above the taproom, there were 6 floors of guest rooms, from which he should be able to overlook the entire harbor. When the innkeeper, who very much looked as if he might really have been a harpooner on a whaler once, asked about Igben's wishes, the latter ordered beer and roast. In addition, he rented one of the rooms on the top floor, whose window faced the harbor basin, for a considerable sum. The innkeeper slid the key across the counter, and Igben took it, finished his roast, and took the half-empty beer upstairs with him. After locking the heavy wooden door behind him and additionally blocking the handle with the small linen cupboard that was part of the room's furniture, he stepped up to the window. The room was perfect for his purposes. He was able to completely overlook the entire dock area from here. His mood improved a little. He took off his hooded cloak and stoked the small heater that stood to the right of the comfortable-looking bed. Then he undressed further and washed at a large bowl of still lukewarm water that had been provided for him. It did him good to finally be able to take off the heavy black chainmail and get rid of his boots. He hung his weapon belt on the wooden bedpost. Clad only in his leather pants, he finally crawled under the coarse but warm blanket, but sleep would not come. Igben lay awake, tossing and turning, and finally he got up again and sat down on the floor in front of the stove, the blanket wrapped around his torso. So these men, this guard of light, had sailed here across the stormy eastern sea to murder people with special abilities. And in their own country they had also already practiced their sinister craft, namely in Hugstad. Why did they come here now? Had they slowly run out of people to kill in Hugstad? Then it struck him, they hadn't run out of people, but of those who had special talents. Igben got goosebumps. The tongues, of course. They took the tongues with them. The tongue with which the blacksmith's wife had whispered in the horse's ears, the tongue with which Era had babbled her gibberish while mixing some herbal decoction, the tongue with which the Federlic duelist might have taunted his opponents, the tongue with which the Georgius priestess might have sung or prayed. Hence the symbols that had been cut into the skin of the victims before the tongue was cut out. They were probably to ensure that the tongue of the murdered did not lose its power. Igben jumped up and spread the drawings, which were his only cruel memento of Era, on the floor in front of him. The medallion he had taken from one of the henchmen he placed next to it. Indeed, the large round symbol on Era's back, surprisingly perfectly cut into the flesh. It was engraved in the medallion, and with a little goodwill one could make out a sun, a radiant sun, except that the rays that emanated from the flawless round seemed to him all at once like tongues. Wavy and bent they were, not straight, not as a ray of light was usually represented. So many of them. Shocked by his own sudden realization, Igben looked up into the cloudy night sky. He didn't know how long he had been staring like that, nor did he remember what thoughts had been running through his mind during that time, but when he had returned to the here and now, two facts were clear to him. 1. These Guard of Light guys would probably take the tongues to their chief, priest, king, or whomever. They had to gather somewhere to deliver their bloody harvest. Presumably the tongues were to be taken back to Hugstad, across the cursed Eastern Sea. He had to find that place. On the other hand, he had unwittingly and thoughtlessly played into the hands of that 9 times damned alchemist, Master Urgic, by allowing him to copy the drawings. Was this fat old man now planning to do the same as the Guard of Light did? A thief like Igben wouldn't be able to do that. He couldn't do anything with those symbols and a cut tongue, but a scholar who had vast amounts of secret knowledge? The fatso knew for sure how to proceed with the tongues in order to make use of them. Would he do it? Would the alchemist now send out his own henchmen in search of special people? Igben could not answer that question for himself. He had saved the man's life, albeit for selfish reasons, because he had needed answers from him. Instead, Igben had provided the answers and made peace with the small morsels the old man had spat at his feet. Damn. He was lucky the guy hadn't murdered him in his sleep. But he would probably have to deal with that problem later. Night swim. Namerka, first day of the bounty moon, 1578 after the ascension. Igben spent a full 5 days in the small room, watching the goings-on in the harbor with tireless attention. Soon he had nicknames for each of the Ricketon guards on duty here, for each snooty port official, and for each miserable day laborer. He could not, however, discover a decisive clue to the whereabouts of the murder gang. In the evenings he roamed the taverns and inns in search of sailors or mercenaries wearing the murderer's medallion around their necks, but nothing. He was getting more and more impatient, and although he still had enough money, he would soon have to give up his room at the Harpooner. People were already talking about him, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to credibly dodge the innkeeper's questions regarding the reason for his stay. Soon he would have to leave. Over and over again he relived the cruel adventure that the last days of his life represented. Again and again and again from the beginning. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, he realized that he had made a mistake. The light guards could not be camped at the harbor at all, at least not in the harbor. A ship from Hugstad that anchored here for longer than it took to unload would quickly attract attention. Moreover, he had found no papers on the 2 cutthroats, no shore leave and no passport. On the other hand, they had to dock somewhere, and that, with them coming from Hugstad, was most likely here at the Ricketon port. Namerka was protected all around by gigantic walls and fortifications, whose crews were not subordinate to the respective small noble house in whose territory the corresponding part of the wall was located, but to the island king himself, the man whom, as far as Igben could remember, no citizen of Namerka had ever set eyes on. Of course, the damned swines could have docked at any other of Namerka's numerous ports, but why should they? Here was, for all practical purposes, the best port for their route, and after all, they didn't know they were being hunted. Had no reason then to choose any other port than the one that was obvious. He continued to think. So they had to enter the island city stealthily, dock somewhere here at the port unseen night after night, and either sneak past the patrols or bribe them. Igben guessed the former. After all, as far as he knew, they only appeared in groups of 2, and at night it wasn't too hard to evade the guards. He went down to the Harpooner's taproom and had them bring him beer, bread, and meat one last time. Then he ate. A little later he left his quarters and sucked the night sea air deep into his lungs. Cautiously, taking advantage of every available cover, he crept along the southernmost of the countless piers of the west-facing bay, ever further out to the sea. He passed ship after ship, freighters, frigates and galleys from all over the known world. He had to proceed very carefully, because the sailors on watch guarding their ships were usually much more attentive than the Ricketon patrols, which had to control a larger area. Much too slowly for his taste, but undetected, he passed freighter after freighter. Finally he reached the end of the pier and looked north, across to the other side of the harbor bay. The seas off the harbor were relatively calm today and the night sky was nearly cloudless, so the light of the moon gave him a good view. Igben set himself up for a long time of waiting and watching. He was already thinking about getting some of the white god powder that had come into vogue recently for the coming nights he would spend lurking here, when he noticed the boat. It was a small fishing boat headed for Ricketon Harbor about a mile away. So there they were. The boat seemed downright tiny at that distance as it passed him after a while and disappeared again behind an anchored ship 16 piers north of him. Igben would not manage to intercept the crew before they could go ashore and disappear into the endless alleys and nooks of Namerka, but he had no intention of doing so. Tonight more Namerkans would lose their tongues and find death in endless agony. That could not be helped. But never again after that, Igben swore to himself. Slowly, careful not to make the slightest sound, he took off his heavy hooded cloak and his outer shirt. Then he took off the chain mail. The boots were next, then the heavy bag of coins hanging from his belt. He tied all of this into a bundle in his coat and hid it in a crevice in the masonry of the docks he had discovered on his way here. Quickly, he draped a few more loose stones in front of the hollow, hoping that his belongings would remain undiscovered for the time being. Then Igben stepped to the edge of the large pier and slipped silently into the cold, black water of the harbor basin. Knowing he had a few hours, he chose his speed so that he would neither get out of breath nor cool out. Like the deadly shadow of a cliff shark, he glided, lifting his head out of the water only when he needed to catch his breath, toward the pier behind which the murder gang's fishing boat had disappeared. The longer he swam, the stronger the feeling grew inside him that the alchemist had led him by the nose regarding yet another point. What had he said to the two cutthroats? The darkness reigns only in your master's head. His words had been like that or something similar. Who was this master? Why were the two warriors lying in wait in front of the blacksmith's house, when they already had the woman's tongue? Perhaps because they knew that they were being searched for? Had they been after the alchemist, or had Igben himself been careless? Had Gorm betrayed him? No. That was impossible. Perhaps the fat scholar had just said something, simply to avoid dying without talking back. Or maybe he himself was a gifted one. The number of imponderables made Igben's head roar. He refocused on what he was trying to do. At least this was something tangible. He couldn't tell exactly how much minutes or hours had passed before he reached his destination, but finally it was time. He sought a foothold on one of the posts that supported the pier and caught his breath while his gaze was already scanning down the pier toward the city. At first, he could make out nothing except the large, dark outlines of the freighters that lay there quietly like dead, gigantic animals. When he began to wonder if he had miscounted and swum one pier too far, he saw the boat again, 7 freighters further toward the city. He hurried on. Soon he was within 20 paces of the boat and paused again. His gaze searched for a guard the killers might have left behind, but the boat was empty. They had tied it with a rope to a medium-sized freighter, which, Igben thought, by its design must have come down far from the north, probably bringing precious ores from the ice mountains to Namerka. He pushed himself off and silently glided toward the freighter. Briefly he pulled himself up the railing until he could take a look inside the boat to make absolutely sure that no one was here. Once he was satisfied of this fact, he set about implementing his plan. He lowered his upper body back into the water, but still held onto the railing with his left. Then he drew the smaller of his daggers from the scabbard in his back and thrust it forcefully into the wood of the boat just above the water's surface, straight between two of the weathered planks already worn out by salt water. He had to use all his strength to drive the unadorned blade in yet a little deeper, but then he had done it. The blade had penetrated deep enough to give him a foothold. He would hold on to the leather-wrapped handle and let the two assassins row him straight to their doomed commander. Like a flea in the fur of a mangy dog. His plan was working. Igben did not see them from his position in the water, but after far too much time he spent freezing in the water, the sounds of soft yet confident footsteps reached his ear. They were coming back. Came along the pier. Were coming closer. Were there. The small boat rocked under their weight as they climbed aboard. Igben heard the rustle of clothes, the creak of wood. Someone was untying the rope. Silently they reached for the oars and cast off. Should he dare lift his head over the railing so he could see them? Why didn't they speak? How long would it take? Igben pushed these questions away, trying to put himself into a kind of trance, to empty his mind to make the time it would take them to reach their destination more bearable, but he wouldn't quite succeed. Still wordless, the two rowed on. He could hear their heavy but regular breathing, the lapping of the cold water as the oars dipped again and again, lifted again and again. He didn't know how long or how far they had sailed through the calm sea when finally one did speak. "There, they've lit the lantern for us." The man's voice sounded raspy and somewhat breathless, and for a few seconds the oar stroke stopped. "About time, too." "That was another long night," another voice returned. "That guy actually almost got away from us and ran out into the street." "It worked out okay, but next time you'll do as I say." "Yeah, you're right, but it still doesn't make sense to me why we have to let them hang off the silver chains before we go get tongues for the mistress. What we are doing here is only of value to the mistress if we perform the ritual perfectly, as she taught us. Only then are the tongues useful, I have told you 1,000 times. She guides me and leads my hand. You help. It is not so difficult. Only then do the tongues have their value, much more value than the biggest silver chain you can imagine. Useful? So this whole light guard thing is just fake. They don't want to stop the talents. They want to use them." The other guy didn't say anything anymore. They rode on, for a few more minutes. Igben tried to see something, turning his head in every direction his position allowed, and finally he perceived a brightening glow of light. They were at their destination. A few more strokes, there was a sound of wood hitting wood. A thud ran through the boat, a rope was thrown and landed on board, and the one with the raspy voice called for a rope ladder. Igben heard the request being granted, and a new voice coming from above answered. "Up with you and welcome back. Have you had any success?" "Only one tonight." The guy was a bit difficult, replied the one with the raspy voice, adding, "Are Lyrr and Solace back yet?" "About an hour ago already, with 2, came the answer with a slightly teasing undertone. "We didn't start rowing until later either, so that we wouldn't all be in port at once. And besides, those 2 really do always get the easiest assignments. We have to be more careful and pay attention, you know that. We lost Yuki and Falk when they went back to the forge," grumbled the rough-voiced one. "It had to be done. The blacksmith was on our trail, you know that. Doesn't matter now, though. The guy seems to have disappeared. The mistress is waiting. Up you go." "If the blacksmith disappeared, then who killed Yuki and Falk?" "I did." Igben allowed himself a small grin. "That kind of thing happens in Namerka. The city is merciless. After all, those 2 weren't the only ones, were they? Besides, who's to say it wasn't the blacksmith for sure? And now stop talking back. The mistress will know what to do." Igben heard an unwilling snort, and then his 2 ignorant or slaves scrambling up. At least 6, then. On a ship. A big ship. Those 2, the man at the rope ladder, this Lyrr and Solace, still unknown to him, and the mistress, Igben summed up in his mind what he had just learned. He waited until the two had climbed aboard the great ship and their footsteps had faded. He had not heard the rope ladder being retrieved. Now he heard only the sound of the gentle swell and the creaking of the rigging. Slowly, he pulled himself aboard the small boat, hoping no one spotted him. Yes, he had gotten the right picture of the situation, he realized. The small boat had tied up to a three-master. They had to be anchored just out of sight of the harbor. Surely, in order to remain undetected during the day, they would soon sail farther out to sea before it got light, Igben estimated. As he slowly and silently sat up in the slightly rocking barge, cold salt water dripping off him and stretching his stiff, now blue-frozen limbs, he looked around. There was no second boat in sight. So Lyrr and Solace must have rounded the three-master and tied up on its other side. Igben loosened the long dagger in its sheath and checked the belt with the vials. Then he pulled the throwing knife from the sheath on his left arm, clamped it between his teeth, and set about climbing the rope ladder. He was halfway up when he froze. Footsteps were coming closer. A man stepped up to the railing right above Igben. He could do nothing but hope he was not discovered. Firmly he pressed himself against the outer planking of the three-master. Igben could not see the man, but he heard a hearty yawn, then the footsteps moved away again. The thief breathed a sigh of relief, continued climbing, and finally peeked over the edge of the railing. He was roughly in the middle of the ship. To his left was the stern, on which was a single-story superstructure, to his right was the bow. The sails were gathered and hung limply from the masts. The superstructure had to be the captain's cabin, and the light filtering softly from its windows allowed Igben to see that thick coils of ropes with grappling hooks on them, fishing nets, and other tools were scattered all over the deck of the ship. The guard who had almost spotted him a moment ago was now standing, facing away from him on the other side of the ship, and seemed to be easing himself into the sea right now. The crew had to be below deck, but perhaps the ship could be steered with little crew. Igben didn't know anything about seafaring, and he didn't care. He would kill every person aboard this ship tonight, one way or another. While sneaking up on the guard, he registered that there was talking in the captain's cabin, but he couldn't quite hear the words. Quietly, Igben unsheathed his long dagger, got into the man's back unnoticed, and plunged the blade through the side of his neck. Not wanting to get too much of the gushing blood, Igben took a step back as the guard, too surprised to realize he was already dead, slowly turned around, fumbling with both hands at the dagger still stuck across his neck. The mouth opened and closed as if to ask something, but no sound escaped. Igben yanked the dagger from the wound, a gush of blood poured from the unfortunate's throat, then the man's gaze broke. At the very moment Igben was about to catch the collapsing man, he noticed the second guard, who had appeared behind the cabin and was staring at what was happening, being stunned at the first moment. Quick-witted, Igben dropped the long dagger, grabbed the throwing knife between his teeth and hurled it at the second guard's head. The man opened his mouth to scream, the falling long dagger and the dead guard hit the wooden planks of the deck simultaneously and much too loudly, then the throwing knife had found its target. It struck the guard in the right eye. With an animalistic outcry of pain, the guy went down and writhed in agony, hands clasped in front of the wound. Igben picked up the long dagger again and hid behind a coil of rope. Now the secrecy was over and, as he had feared, the door of the cabin immediately flew open and his two unsuspecting oarsmen rushed onto the deck, followed by 3 other men. They had to be Lyrr, Solace, and the man he had overheard from the water. Igben cursed inwardly. This was not the way he had thought it would be. His chances had just been dramatically worsened by the still persistent shouting of the newly blinded sentry. The men drew their weapons and looked in all directions, trying to grasp the situation. There was no way he was going to let them fan out. They would spot him, surround him, and kill him faster than he could down a pitcher of beer. But too late, 3 of the guys were already spread out across the deck and ready to fight. But 2 were still standing close together, still almost in the doorway of the cabin. Igben fished a vial from his belt, poisonous red liquid sparkling for a moment in the moonlight, then he threw. Whirling, the vial flew toward the 2 and hit the wood of the cabin just above their heads, shattering. Glaring brightness flooded the deck of the ship as a great ball of fire enveloped the 2 figures with a loud bang. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, flaming hellfire almost caressing the 2 men. Then the screams began. Staggering in a wild frenzy, the burning men took aimless steps across the deck and, not realizing what was happening, igniting everything they touched. The throw had given away Igben's position, and already the warrior closest to him was charging at him with cutlass raised and a cry of rage on his lips. Only barely did Igben dodge the man's first blow, and the point of the cutlass drew a fine red line across Igben's cheek. He didn't pay attention to the pain, he didn't have time for a long fight. Already the 2 other guys reacted and wanted to come to the aid of their comrade. Igben parried another blow from his opponent, and just as he was about to counterattack, out of the corner of his eye he saw one of the burning figures crash into the middle mast of the ship, setting it on fire as well. That stuff must be insanely hot, it flashed through Igben's mind. The powder creep had really been worth his price. The flames were already blazing up the wood of the mast, playfully taking hold of the cloth of the gathered sail and illuminating the ship as bright as day. Igben's opponent had also been distracted by the action for a fatal moment, and Igben rammed his dagger into his body, piercing through the thick leather doublet, twisting the blade in the wound and plucking it out again. He paid no attention to his opponent's death throes, for already he had to dodge a swipe from his next opponent. Blow after blow, the man pushed Igben back, toward the bow and away from the cabin and the burning mast. The second man moved sideways to Igben, a few paces away from the combatants. He seemed to want to get into his back. Igben could not let that happen. While he wielded the dagger with his right hand, deflecting another of the blows coming down on him with cold calculation, his left hand groped at his belt for another vial. Which one was it? Green? Blue? Or another red one? He couldn't remember. No matter. With a sweeping blow to the center of his opponent's body, he bought the time he needed for his throw. He threw. The vial flew and missed its target, which had been the fighter circling him. Several paces behind the man, the vial hit the railing, and another fireball blossomed accompanied by a bang and a demonic hiss, setting the planks on fire. So it had been another of the red vials. Igben perceived the new source of light merely out of the corner of his eye, and even before the heat wave from the new explosion reached him, he dove away under a blow from his opponent, delivered a swipe at the latter's knee, and whirled behind him with a quick spin. Igben's cut had severed the tendons and veins in the man's leg, and right as the man fell, Igben struck again. The blade struck the guy's neck from behind, cutting it in half. Just one more, Igben thought. Just one more, and then the mistress. I've almost got it. The last remaining light guard slowly approached Igben. Ready to fight. One step. One more. Then the man stopped. Igben didn't know what to make of it. The man seemed to fixate on a point behind Igben. Was this a trick? If so, it was a very stupid trick. He would slash the guy, just like the guy's damn murderer friends. Igben continued to watch his opponent. In disbelief, Igben saw that the man, as if on some secret command, lowered his weapon, lowered his head, and took several steps backward, back toward the bow. There he stopped. Enough, Solace, this one is too deadly, even for you. This sentence, spoken by a soft female voice, made Igben spin around. She stood in front of him, just a few steps away, her delicate hands clasped in front of her middle. You've caused me a lot of trouble, haven't you? She spoke softly. Indeed, replied Igben, taking a step toward her with his blood-dripping dagger in his hand. I'll cut that smile off your face, you. She smiled mildly. With a subtle, dismissive gesture, she raised a hand, palm facing him. Behind her, meanwhile, the cabin was ablaze, and Igben could see that the mast was completely ablaze too. In the reflection of the fire, it was very difficult for him to see the woman clearly. He thought he saw light hair and white skin, but the only thing that really penetrated his mind was her voice. I am the mistress of tongues, she spoke in his mother's voice. Igben grabbed his head with his left hand. What I had to do made you very angry, didn't it? Yes, Igben said. He held the dagger a little looser now. But you understand that I need the tongues, don't you? Yes, you need them, Igben heard himself say. He didn't understand what was happening right now. It has to happen the way you saw it, with all the blood and pain. It's not bad, Igben the thief. Isiis wants it that way. No, said Igben, not bad. His head was so empty all at once. They are only human after all, she spoke now with the voice of the old era. Regrettable, but you understand now, don't you? Yes, I understand, Igben said. It's just people. Isiis wants it that way. And you want to help me? Yes, mistress, I want to help you. Igben dropped his dagger. Igben, she said gently. We must leave the ship. It's on fire, you know? Yes, was all Igben said. Igben and Solace rowed the boat slowly but tirelessly toward Namerka. The mistress of tongues sat at the stern and looked back at the burning ship. So many tongues lost, almost 1,000 she had collected, almost enough to break her curse. She looked at Igben. The cut on his cheek was no longer bleeding. She now had him at least. He would bring her new tongues. Lots and lots of them. Involuntary shore leave. Namerka, 13th day of the bounty moon, 1578 after the ascension. He had spent last night in the Gravid Weasel, but after the old fire-kissed swashbuckler who owned the Weasel had refused to give him a decent discount for a week's stay, Kaan had decided to spend the days of idleness that lay ahead of him in another establishment. He had left this Gorm and also the George's priests before, a letter for the commander of the Black Cliff Sharks, saying that he couldn't stand it anymore in place and wanted to look out for his squad from time to time. Yes, for his commander, as he had added with a touch of wistfulness in his mind. When he had joined the mercenary crew a few years ago, he had been full of beans. In fact, he had wanted to be the commander of the Cliff Sharks for a long time, but things had turned out differently. Soon he had noticed that it was extremely difficult to rise to the upper ranks. Certainly, by now he commanded his own dozen men and women, but he and his dozens still had to be in the front row when it came to the action, and they were always at a disadvantage compared to the leadership when the spoils were divided. They had guarded merchant ships, escorted caravans on the mainland, carried out attacks, survived naval battles on the Namerkan side or on the side of some mainland province, sometimes as victors and sometimes as losers. When they were not sailing under some foreign flag, they were simply a bunch of pirates who roamed the coasts of the mainland on their ship, the Fire Lion, often in search of shamefully light and above all meager bounty. Exactly there, on the Fire Lion, was the majority of the crew at the moment. He, Kaan, had an injury to his leg to thank for being left behind in Namerka to recuperate. Gloating and comradely derision had accompanied him as he left the ship, but he had held his ground. A lesser man than him would have been cut down by the huge, blood-stained officer of their enemies who had suddenly, as if out of nowhere, stood before him. Kaan had reminded himself as he had set off, his armor and weapons shouldered and leg makeshift bandaged and splinted, toward the city. But he'd shown the son of a bitch and sent him to the sirens. Kaan had spent a full 2 weeks bedridden and, of course, for a fee, with the damn George's priests before he had grown tired of their annoying chants. As soon as he was well enough, he had decided to trade his bleak room for surroundings that promised things more pleasurable. Rahira's crevice in this case, more of a brothel than an inn. However, he could not afford to stay in the long run, although he anyways could not avail himself of the services of the ladies there anyway for health reasons, pleasant as that would have been. So yesterday the gravid weasel, and today he was on the lookout again. His commander would find him again, since he had left a message in 2 places, he thought. Actually, he should look for a place to stay near the harbor, he thought, as he scratched his crotch and leisurely made his way through the alleys and across the squares and marketplaces of Namerka. But there were a lot of ports in this huge, damned city, and he had no idea which one the Firelion would head for when it docked back in Namerka, hopefully with a hold full of cheaply bought god powder. So be it then, they'd just have to walk a bit to get him back into their ranks. A hulking, stubbly bearded fellow jostled him as he passed, and reflexively Kaan's hand darted to his wallet. When he was reassured that everything was still in place, he cursed loudly at the guy. The bearded man turned around briefly, anger sparkling in his eyes, but when he saw Kaan's outfit, the heavy duffel bag and the weapons, he left it at an obscene gesture and trolled off. Kaan checked his belongings one more time. Everything's still there, yes. Even the playing cards. Kaan had already forgotten the little incident after he had taken a few ponderous steps further. In Namerka, you couldn't put up with anything, otherwise you were quickly chosen as a victim, especially when your own pants, bled and torn open, gave sign of a recent injury. In front of him, the alley opened up to Ray Square, and he remembered having been here before at some point. For some reason, there was a steady breeze blowing here, which is why the air was a little less thick than most other places in the seething city. Well, it still didn't smell as good as it did at sea, of course, but it was at least a little more bearable than in the other neighborhoods he had passed through so far. Curious, he looked around. A blacksmith, 2 garishly made-up street whores, an inn, several stalls with hopefully imported fruits and vegetables, a tailor, another inn, the ostentatious-looking house of a guildless alchemist and doctor according to the sign, next to it a building that seemed to be a bathhouse. It quite looked as if there would be everything he needed here, he nodded to himself as he moved past the gutter snipes, the beggars, the townspeople, and a 2-man group of guards from House Ermincourt toward the first inn, the one next to which the 2 whores were cackling and looking for afternoon customers. As he got closer, he could also read the name of the house on the weathered sign. House of Lakefall. Strange name. Just then a small group of torn-down travelers, still smelling of salt water and something else indefinable, entered the building. 2 men, both of whom gave the impression of being in armor, and at least one of whom was carrying a blade under his cloak, and a woman. At least that's how it seemed, because the third figure was wrapped in a long hooded cloak and he couldn't make out her face. If the House of Lakefall welcomed such guests, he would have no trouble either, he decided, and went after them. The taproom was colored in an unreal way by the light that filtered through the greenish bullseye windows, but it still seemed quite decent and clean. To its right and left were round tables, each with 6 chairs, and on the wall facing the race square was a large wooden disc for throwing knives. The group of 3 stood at the counter and the hooded figure exchanged a few quiet words with the innkeeper. Kaan thought he saw a few strands of light hair flash out, then the 4 of them walked toward a separee and were soon hidden from his gaze behind a curtain. He ignored the host's look of questioning in his direction for a moment, memorizing the rest of the room. A habit that had been very helpful to Kaan more than once. Directly to his left, a staircase led upward, almost certainly to the guest rooms and sleeping chambers of the innkeeper and his family. To his right, the outer wall with the bullseye windows and the throw board. Then, in front of him, were the tables, further back the counter. Behind the counter, separated by curtains, were 2 other rooms. Probably the kitchen and a storeroom. The counter itself closed with the right wall and on the left a staircase led down past the separs. Of the separs, there were 4 in number on the left wall. 3 had their curtains drawn and one he could see housed a table of the same make as those in the taproom. Kaan decided he liked it here. Not too big to be cluttered and not too small to bore him. Yes, he would be able to spend a few days here. As he walked toward the counter, where the innkeeper was still smiling, waiting to learn how to extract a few coins from the pocket of the strange newcomer, Kaan could already see himself playing cards, enjoying good food, throwing knives, and perhaps taking one of the made-up women in front of the house to his room. His commander would already be on his way back from the coast, he guessed, but sometimes such business dragged on a bit longer. Especially when it came to god powder. Anyway, Kaan was determined to savor his time here. "I want a room," he said without hesitation when he reached the counter and stood up in front of the innkeeper. The little man eyed him warily, while his mouth was still smiling. He seemed to have quickly realized that Kaan was not going to be enthusiastic about just a beer and a meal. "I am Doomdog. Welcome to the Lakefall. How long do you plan to stay, stranger?" "My name is Kaan," he replied as he rolled some coins onto the counter. "Let me know when this runs out." Doomdog's quick eyes had grasped the value of the glittering metal even before the last coin had stopped rolling and came clattering to rest. "That'll be enough for 5 days, 1 bed upstairs, nothing special, breakfast and dinner included, drinks go extra so my daughters can earn a little something too." The innkeeper licked his lips with his tongue. "For 2 silver more, you could have at the big room too, with its own privy." Kaan considered for a moment then, waved it off. "No, I need a few more coins to fix myself up and have some fun. We'll do it the way you first suggested." "Fine." Across the counter, Doomdog extended his hand to Kaan, who chimed in. "There are 3 rooms left upstairs, better go pick one before the next guests makes the decision for you," the innkeeper said, nodding toward the stairs. Kaan decided to follow the recommendation. The stairs were in good shape and barely creaked as he climbed up to the upper floor. Ahead of him was a hallway whose considerable length clearly showed him the size of House Lakefall. The rooms behind Doomdog's counter must have been quite generously laid out, he thought to himself, taking the unexpected spaciousness of the corridor into account. On either side, at constant intervals, were 5 doors, 7 of which were locked and 3 of which were open. An 11th door was at the end of the corridor, which had to be the large room Doomdog had spoken of. The one with the privy. While Kaan slowly walked down the corridor and looked at the open rooms and could not refrain from briefly pricking up his ears at the locked doors he passed to find out if the occupants were currently in the house, he thought about which of the vacant rooms he should choose. One was bordered by 2 occupied rooms. That was rather out of the question for him. If possible, he wanted to be exposed to the noise and activity of his new neighbors as little as possible. He needed a quiet night's sleep if he was to finally cure his leg completely. It was still throbbing hotly, and even though he could almost walk again without pain, he had always been careful not to take a rash step. He decided on the room on the right side, and at the end of the corridor, it seemed to him a little brighter than the opposite one, which was also still free. Both rooms were adjacent to the large room at the end of the hallway, and since Doomdog was taking more money for it, chances were good that it would remain unoccupied for a while. In this way, Kaan currently had only one inhabited room besides his own, which was quite conducive to his mood. The room was of a pleasant size. Besides the 2 simple beds, there was even a closet and a table, and through the small, but sufficiently translucent, bullseye window, he could catch blurry glimpses of the race square. Methodically, he checked the beds for bugs and found only a single cockroach, which he casually crushed. He was pleased. No rat droppings or cobwebs to be discovered. The room was adequate for the price. Kaan opened the closet and stowed his belongings. He placed the breastplate of hardened leather, his cutlass, the short hatchet, and the metal plate gloves that had saved him from losing a finger more than once on the table. Tomorrow at the latest, he planned to take care of his equipment. So dull, ragged, and worn it was of no great use to him. He closed the door behind him, pulled off the simple brass key, and tucked it into his belt as he descended back to the taproom. Now, toward the early evening, the taproom had filled up somewhat. A fat fellow in alchemy robes had taken a seat at one of the tables, and at another table 3 merchants were discussing the possible route for their next venture when Kaan walked past them and took a seat at a third, vacant table, which was right next to a group of sailors playing cards. As he looked out for Doomdog, Kaan noticed that the curtain to the kitchen had been drawn open and 2 young women were busying themselves preparing various dishes. Splendid, he was really hungry. Doomdog himself gestured to him that he would see to him in a moment, as he pushed his lanky figure past him and towards the alchemist, exchanging a few quiet words once there, and collecting 2 empty tankards from the card player's table, who then loudly demanded a refill. On his way to the counter, Doomdog stopped at Kaan's table. Satisfied with the room? Kaan answered in the affirmative and in the next sentence ordered a bottle of wine, a mug, and asked about tonight's food. Stew, bubble hall with pot-ots, or fast chicken with fresh bread. Kaan didn't have to think long. Since he planned to drink properly to the wine, it seemed obvious to him to opt for the fresh bread, and if chicken also was included, so much the better. While he waited for Doomdog to return with his orders, he tried to eavesdrop on the card players to find out which of the 3 would be the most dangerous opponent for him if he tried to enter the game later. Every now and then his eyes wandered to the separs. The one where the group of 3 had disappeared was still hidden from his view by the curtain, and another one seemed to be occupied by now as well. It took a while before he was served wine and food, and by the time one of the women he had seen handling the kitchen set the tray down in front of him with a routine smile, the fat alchemist had already left and the merchants were whining about the taxes that the mainlanders of the north had recently imposed. As he poured his cup to the brim and took a deep draught, then munched with ravenous hunger on the temptingly fragrant fast chicken, he pondered whether these taxes would affect the Black Cliff Shark's business and that of his commander in any way. The wine sent a pleasant warmth through his blood, and when Kaan had eaten all of the chicken and half of the bread, he felt at peace with the world. He, lolling in his chair, suppressed a small belch. Doomdog seemed momentarily stuck at the counter. A handful of guests had joined in, so now both young women, who seemed to have finished distributing dinner, were scurrying around the taproom, carrying jugs, bottles, tankards, and mugs to all the thirsty mouths. Kaan looked them over more closely and concluded that they must be Doomdog's daughters. One was slightly taller than the other, and the brown of her hair was a little lighter than that of her sister. Both were quite handsome, though of the same, petite stature as their father. He decided to call them Light and Dark. There was something exciting about watching the 2 little personalities carry the heavy jugs around the room seemingly effortlessly and tirelessly, while still managing to have a smile for each of the guests, a rehearsed one to be sure, but far from fake because of that. Doomdog had really been lucky with the 2 of them. After emptying his second cup of wine and pouring a third time, he joined the card players. They eyed Kaan somewhat reservedly at first, but after he had deliberately lost the first 3 rounds and then made sure to win just enough to cover his wine consumption, the weather-beaten men slowly lost their shyness. Kaan found that the 3 of them played here pretty much every night when they were in Namerka. Otherwise, they were working on a wormy freighter that brought mostly beef from the mainland to the island city. Good to know, he thought to himself, this way he had something to do and could keep his expenses in balance on the side. After a few rounds, however, it turned out that one of the 3, the oldest of them, seemed to be following a similar strategy as Kaan, and so it came about that he had to give his full attention to the game for a while, which he nevertheless managed to win by a narrow margin. And so it happened that he noticed a group of 3 from the separee only when they were already halfway to the door. Even though he could only catch a glimpse of the backs of the two men and the hooded figure, he involuntarily shuddered. Then they had disappeared outside. The old man had followed his gaze. Apparently they were not quite at ease with the group either, for he muttered a low imprecation under his breath. While the old man reshuffled the worn cards and Kaan pocketed his winnings, the cliff shark let his gaze wander. The merchants were drunk and heated, vying among themselves for the attention of the two street whores who had come in by now and were tantalizingly soliciting customers. The merchants were singled out by the two as the wealthiest guests immediately, and soon the first couple of the evening had found together and disappeared through the passage behind the counter in the supply room, not, of course, without Duck holding out his hand to collect a small fee. Even discounting the small extra income, Kaan thought it was quite clever of Duck to let the two whores work here after dark, for in this way the intrusiveness his daughters had to endure from the guests was drastically reduced. The light and dark had plenty to do, as the taproom had filled up seemingly by magic during the little card duel Kaan had fought. They served tirelessly, taking turns to disappear into the cellar for supplies, smiling, swiping coins, having their backsides patted, slapping back when a guest went too far, and every now and then, when their money pouches became too full, they joined Duck behind the counter and emptied them into a safe that Kaan thought must be there. The energy of the two fascinated him for a moment longer, and he wished his own dozen cliff sharks were similarly indefatigable. Then he turned his attention back to the cards. A bath for the reveler. Namerka, 14th day of the booty moon, 1578 after the ascension. When he awoke disoriented in his bed in the morning, he could still remember 5 more rounds, and that he had ordered another bottle of wine. There seemed to be something about this wine. He had survived a few all-nighters in his life, but he had never felt this mixture of hangover and floatiness. Not floppy as usual. Somehow he was beside himself, but still he felt some drive. He stepped up to the window and looked out over the Ray Square. It seemed to be late in the morning, and he decided to visit the bathhouse and take care of his equipment. He panicked slightly when he couldn't immediately find his pouch, but then he was reassured to find that he had apparently still had the presence of mind to place it under his pillow last night. Satisfied, he felt its weight with one hand, and had to smile as he thought of his success at the cards yesterday. It was all right for that to continue. He gathered his weapons and armor, shouldered everything in a somewhat awkward manner, and stepped out into the hallway. There were 2 more doors open this morning. Apparently the guests in question had been up early and had already departed. As he descended the stairs, he found it odd that he had not met any other overnight guests the day before, but well, he had been very much into the game and also into the wine and had not sought further contact. A quick glance around the taproom told him that Duck and his daughters were already on their feet, keeping order, while 3 solitary seated figures were eating a breakfast of gruel and sweet bread. The old sailor from last night seemed to have fallen asleep at the table, lying with his head on the wine-soaked wood and not stirring. As Kaan left House Lakefall, he waved briefly in the direction of the Light One, asking her to keep some of the breakfast for him. She nodded with a smile and rosy cheeks. As he left House Lakefall, the Namerkan sun hit him like an ambush blow. His eyes had become so accustomed to the greenish light caused by the bullseye windows that he hadn't even thought about it. He had to close his eyes for a moment and brace himself against the wall before the sudden pain and dizziness subsided. Damn wine, he almost dropped his belongings. As he lifted his eyelids inch by inch, he was relieved to find that no one had taken any notice of his fainting spell. He pulled himself together, and in the same measure as the pain passed, the strange lightness returned to his head. He shook the same and set off for the blacksmith. He left his equipment and weapons with the brawny man, along with enough coins. Only a small dagger he immediately had sharpened and placed in his boot shaft. They agreed to Kaan pick his gear up the day after next, which did not suit Kaan, since he would have preferred to have his weapons back in the evening, but the blacksmith would not negotiate on this point. In return, however, he promised to do a particularly good job. Well, be that as it may, the neighborhood seemed to be quite peaceful on the whole, and he had no intention of going anywhere but across the race square and back to the inn. He bought an apple from an old hag and strolled over to the bathhouse. Salty prices they had here, but it was much needed. It took a lot for him to be unable to stand his own smell, and this had been the case several days ago. When he thought about it like that, it was almost a miracle that he hadn't been kicked out of the lakefall on edge, even though the sailors had hardly smelled better than he did. The portly, elderly lady who received him also frowned disapprovingly, as expected, when he had come within talking distance through the warm, humid air so characteristic of bathhouses. Phew. She waved her hand. You sure needed our services. Half a silver for you, and half a silver for your clothes. Kaan considered for a moment whether he should be angry, or rather try to act so, but he decided against the thought. With a smile, he tossed her the coin, which she caught surprisingly deftly and which quickly disappeared into the folds of her white dress. Man or woman? She asked as he, one room over, removed his clothes and placed them in a basket provided there. A woman would be very pleasant to me, he answered without turning his head. And mend my pants, I suppose I can expect that for the money. The coins in my purse are counted, by the way. She mumbled something he didn't understand, but waited patiently until he was naked and ready to enter the actual bathing room. She took the basket, after eyeing him up and down, and nodded to another passageway. In you go, lucky lad. Someone with thinner legs would be crippled or dead right now. And be nice to the girl, or you might have to feel your own dagger today. Then he turned and disappeared with his clothes through a door at the side. He shrugged inwardly. He was always nice to the girls and didn't think much of unnecessary cruelty anyway. He entered the washroom. 6 large tubs were heated from the basement. Next to each stood or sat a young girl in the typical white bathing costume, which he knew would become transparent in a most delightful way as soon as the woman of his choice got into the tub with him. Unlike the profession of the whore, all in all, it was not considered particularly dishonorable to hire oneself out as a bath girl. Indeed, this line of work even had 1 or 2 advantages for the practitioner. It was very likely that a young woman could find a husband this way, who washed himself now and then and had the necessary change for such a luxury. At the same time, they could convince each other of their respective physical endowments, which, if they liked, was conducive to a long and happy marriage. Apart from that, the ladies could also refuse a guest, and in most bathhouses there were at least 2 or 3 burly guys who kept in the background, but were quickly on hand in case a guest did not like to abide by the no-touching rule. For these, and monetary reasons, there was usually no shortage of young girls and women earning a living here. Kaan decided on a young woman with red hair and ample breasts. Naked as he was, he approached her with a smile and made an inviting but at the same time pleading gesture towards the bathtub. Her green eyes scrutinized him from top to bottom. Finally she nodded, even though Kaan had seen that he was not her first choice. Well, he didn't exactly make good marriage material, that was easy to tell from the scars he wore all over his body and the freshly healed wound on his leg. But be that as it may, he resolved to enjoy the process anyway. After all, he was paying a good chunk of money for it. Soon they both got into the tub, and after getting used to the initially somewhat unpleasant warmth of the water, Kaan began to relax and his best piece down there finally started to move again, as Kaan was pleased to note. The past recovery process had taken its toll on his strength. The woman, whose name was Lyrr, ignored this fact with a smiling wink while she washed Kaan, scrubbed, shaved, and then, when he was clean, paid special attention to the wound on his leg. All the while they chatted, him telling stories of exciting and glorious adventures that only he knew had been rather dirty, miserable, and bloody. Lyrr pretended to be suitably impressed as she massaged and relaxed the muscles of his back. Kaan closed his eyes, enjoying the feel of her expert hands, remembering Lyrr's nipples showing through the wet fabric, and relishing the desire rising up him. "And you? What about you? Have you always lived here at Race Square?" Kaan wanted to know. "No, I just come here to work. But after my parents made it away from the Ricketon port, we lived in the Dabalar district. That was a big step forward back then. And now, after they sank to the depths, I live. No, I'd rather not tell you." In this way they continued to talk until the time Kaan had paid for had nearly expired and his desire had given way to a feeling of almost out-of-body comfort. He had taken a mild liking to the young woman, and as they rose from the bath and stepped out of the tub, he unobtrusively tried to catch a glimpse of her body a few more times. The fact that she was wrapped in thin, wet fabric only made her more appealing to him at that moment. She handed him some delightfully soft towels so he could dry off, and began to fix her hair. "I'm staying at the lakefall for the next few days, by the way." Kaan noticed how her movements stiffened and she turned her head in his direction. "If you like, you can visit me there." When the turning of her head had reached its end, he could see that the friendly smile had disappeared from her face. Her lips pressed tightly against each other. She gave him a look in which there was something he could not interpret. He was puzzled when she left him without a word and hurried out of the room. The other bathgirls had seen Lyrr leave him in a hurry, and eyed him with appropriate suspicion from then on. Under their watchful gaze, he walked back to the room where he had undressed. There his wardrobe should wait for him washed, fire-dried and mended. And so it was. While he was dressing, and was pleased to see that no one had actually touched his money, and that also his dagger had apparently not been touched, he had to think about the expression on Lyrr's face. It had not been anger, not even indignation. But then what? He called himself to order. A simple bathgirl should not occupy him in this way. So he blamed it on the long period of abstinence that lay behind him and then banished any thought to that effect from his mind. When he left the bathhouse and re-entered the Race Square, he felt decidedly good. Clean, freshly shaved, his clothes clean, the crusted blood washed out of his trousers, the cut mended, and all in all smelling quite good, he remained for a moment watching the afternoon bustle of the square. On the whole, it was very peaceful, considering that there were so many people living together in such a small space. Only once was there a commotion on the opposite side, when two guards arrested an alley boy with a bloody face who must have stolen something and dragged him away. A minute later, the excited mood had faded, but the small incident had jolted him out of his thoughts. A late breakfast was still waiting for him at House Lakefall. Splendid. Daddy's boy. When he entered the taproom, the Dark One was busy serving some quail to a young man who, judging by his clothes, was a nobleman of low status and was accompanied by two dark-skinned southerners, who must be something like his bodyguards and looked strangely pale in the greenish light. Kaan chose a free table near the nobleman. Perhaps another victim for the evening card game could be found here. Smiling and in a good mood, he asked the Dark One for his breakfast, and was pleased when she, smiling as always and with rosy cheeks, paid him a small compliment regarding the improvements in his appearance, and he slipped her a small coin. The Light One and Binduck were nowhere to be seen at the moment, but well, maybe they were getting some groceries or catching up on some sleep. Besides the young nobleman and his entourage, only one of the Separs seemed to be occupied, and the old sailor had probably slept off his drunkenness and left. He had likely set about earning some coin somewhere for tonight. With a bit of malicious glee, Kaan surmised that he was probably hauling cargo in the harbor right now, since his cronies had almost certainly left early in the morning to make another trip to the mainland. As he ravenously shoveled his meal into himself, Kaan tried to eavesdrop on the quietly conducted conversation at his neighboring table. he discovered that the young man was indeed a nobleman named Riston. He and his 2 followers had been entrusted by Riston's father with the task of finding a merchant who could supply meat and vegetables in large quantities and of better quality than usually found in the island city. They had been given a few days to complete the task. By all appearances, someone was about to be impressed. To Kaan, all the worries and intrigues of the nobles seemed ridiculous when he thought of how often he himself, half-starved and bleeding, had served on one of their ships or fought the fights of some rich merchant. Very well, here and now they could provide a little compensation, right? Riston seemed determined to take full advantage of the time at his disposal and also to spend it as pleasantly as possible, as he jokingly said aloud to one of his bodyguards. By the time he had finished eating, Kaan had no excuse to sit next to the decadent group. At first he considered ordering an afternoon cup of wine already, but then decided to take a nap in his room. He wanted to step up to the gaming table rested and ready to take the money out of this Riston's pocket. And a little rest couldn't hurt his leg either. He went upstairs, locked the door behind him, stretched out on the bed and immediately sank into a fitful sleep. Tangled scraps passed him by, misty faces of men he had killed in battle, of Lyrr's breasts, the rosy cheeks of the 2 sisters in the taproom, of wounds he had struck and also of those he had received, of his commander, who drove him to overrun a makeshift barricade, of comrades who fell beside him, of mating street urchins, rapes he had witnessed, and the 2 made-up whores as they had caressed the merchants yesterday. When he woke up again, the sun seemed to have already set completely, or at least almost, and he felt exhausted. The pleasant lightness seemed to have disappeared from his head and given way to a furtive, dull throbbing. He sat up carefully and stretched. At least the afterglow of Lyrr's massage didn't seem to have lost its full effect yet. For a few minutes, sitting on the edge of the bed, he dully stared ahead, still half caught up in his confused dreams. Then he got up, ran his hand through his hair, put his clothes in order, and started toward the taproom. As he descended the stairs, the smell of warm food was already caressing his nostrils and, judging by the sounds, the tavern seemed to be full and the mood good. Warm air hit him. Tonight, the lakefall was indeed more than well filled. To his short-term chagrin, Kaan noticed that the gaming table was already occupied. Riston was taking on the 3 sailors and his bodyguards were standing at the counter with their arms folded, surveying the room with expressionless faces. Briefly, Kaan returned the gaze of one of them who had taken notice of the newcomer. Kaan kept the contact upright for only a split second, then turned away and headed for a table where there was still an empty chair, politely asked permission to take his dinner here and took a seat. The group at the table consisted of guardsmen of the Highlorns who wanted to go a little overboard here, at a safe distance from their home quarter and their possible spouses. Kaan listened to their tales of adventure, most of which were embellished to the point of implausibility, but that didn't bother him. He knew enough of this kind of conversation from the Black Cliff Sharks. This kind of talk reinforced camaraderie and self-esteem, and if you could read between the lines, as he did, you learned some things that might be useful later in life. These men and women were not among the most hardened fellows he had ever met, but their chatter suggested that they had nevertheless experienced quite a bit. They had taken 2 rooms on the upper floor and currently liked it here so much that they wanted to spend their entire week off, which they had earned through a nighttime scuffle with a gang of smugglers, at the lakefall. One of the women, about 40-year-old with a shaved skull and rather nice golden ear jewelry, soon noticed the calluses in his palms and the scars on his arms. When she became overly curious, he excused himself from the table with a polite flourish and announced to the sailors that he would be happy to join the game as soon as one of them had had enough. Kaan expected to have to spend at least another hour at the counter before that time came, but only a few minutes passed before the old sailor rose from the table and beckoned him over. "I've had enough of that yesterday," the sea dog murmured to him as they pushed past each other. "Watch out for that dandy, he's got a fistful." Kaan nodded gratefully at the man and winked briefly as he took a seat and placed his coins on the table. Riston looked up questioningly. My name is Kaan. These two here already know me. Like you, I have also stayed in this wonderful house to go about my business. A splendid place to have some fun, don't you think? He smiled in Riston's direction as he shuffled and redistributed the cards. Good evening, Kaan, the young nobleman replied politely, but with a hint of suspicion in his gaze. My name is Riston, and indeed, you are right in what you say. I'll last a few more days here, I think. With a mischievous smile on his young face, he added. Although I'm sure my father wouldn't like it if he knew what primitive pleasures I indulge in. Well, your father is not here, and a man should get to know what life has to offer before he is forced to follow in someone's footsteps. Kaan returned the smile, alluding with exaggerated glances to the cards and the two street whores who had just entered the taproom. Riston had to laugh. I like you, Kaan. With these words, Riston pushed an empty cup to him and with a gesture gave Kaan permission to pour from his tankard. Kaan did not ask twice, but of course promised to pay for the next jug. Even the first, careful sip drove the dull throbbing from his skull, the second sent a memory of the wonderfully warm water in the bathhouse through his body, and the third seemed to sharpen his perception that he felt like a coastal hawk on the prowl. In the first rounds Kaan attacked so strongly that he had to be careful not to scare away his playing partners, so he played the next rounds only half-heartedly and lost a third of the previously acquired profit. But this also had its good side. In this way he could cast admiring glances at the light and the dark one and observe how the two young women, as always, tirelessly hurried around and smilingly went about their work. Just as Binduck was coming up the cellar stairs, carrying before him a barrel of mainland meat that must have weighed at least as much as he did, and Kaan was marveling at the ease with which he was transporting the wooden weight, Riston turned to him again. He seemed to have noticed that Kaan was not quite with it, for he said, Are you bored with the little stakes? Shall we add a little spice to the game? When Kaan answered in the affirmative with a grin, the two remaining sailors began to grumble and soon excused themselves. That was very clever of them, Kaan thought to himself as he eyed the cards Riston had just handed him. Soon, an amusing card game turned into a fierce duel, with Kaan's entire remaining fortune at stake more than once. He ordered the new jug of wine, as he had promised, and poured Riston another. Disinhibited by the alcohol, both men began to drink faster while trying to get a clue about their tactics and the strength of their hand in each other's faces. Riston's bodyguards became aware of the change in mood at the gaming table and moved a little closer. Soon more spectators had gathered around the table and the pile of coins between Riston and Kaan had grown ceaselessly. The young nobleman had not smiled in 5 rounds, and drops of sweat stood on his brow. Kaan had pushed him further and further, skillfully exploiting his youth, so that it now depended on the next card who would be allowed to collect the small treasure on the table. One of Riston's companions slid into Kaan's back as he grasped the situation. The other sensed the tension but seemed not to know the game. Still, the man was extremely alert. Kaan felt more alive than he had in a long time as he reached out for the deck, taking a final card but not yet looking at it. Sir Riston, before we bring this battle to a close, shall we promise each other that the loser will get a chance to win back his money tomorrow night? Kaan knew that saying this made him look like someone whose courage had deserted him at the crucial moment. However, the truth was that he already knew that the money would go into his pocket. The prospect of a rematch was merely to dampen Riston's anger at his defeat to the point that he would not order his men to go after Kaan and check him for marked cards. After all, if that happened, they would find them, even if Kaan had not made use of them tonight. Tensely Kaan waited for Riston's answer, and it turned out to be as arrogant as he had imagined. All at once you seem quite cowardly to me, now that your entire purse is here on the table. But well, so be it, Riston smiled viciously and followed up. I don't want to bring you into misfortune just because you have entertained me splendidly for one evening. We'll play again tomorrow, my word on it. Now, show so all can see that these coins." He pointed to the large, shiny pile. "Rightfully belong to me." Kaan nodded and did as he was told. Riston's smile froze as he realized that Kaan had beaten him by exactly 1 point. The young man jumped up so that his chair toppled backward and hit the table with both palms. A few coins rolled away from the sudden impact, rolled over the edge of the table and fell to the floor, causing some commotion among the spectators, who eagerly bent down for these metallic bread crumbs. Riston's eyes glittered angrily at Kaan, and he could feel Riston's man at his back trying to work his way toward him through the scurrying mob. Briefly Kaan thought of the dagger in his boot, but he would not use it, instead raising his hands placatingly. "Tomorrow, young lord, tomorrow, as we agreed, a word between men, is it not?" The nobleman's face was still distorted anger, unflattering words formed silently in his mouth, but after 2 long moments he had himself under control again. "Tomorrow," he growled and stormed out of the taproom, pushing aside a few onlookers in the process. Kaan could hear the door slam as he took his seat again and pocketed his winnings. As the evening went on, he continued to sip the wine, careful not to put himself out of commission, and bought a round or two to appease any envious onlookers. The lakefall gradually emptied after the evening's attraction was over. Even the completely drunken guardsmen of the Highlorns soon disappeared upstairs, not without congratulating Kaan on his spectacular victory. Kaan continued to stand at the bar for an hour or so, harmlessly bantering with Binduk's daughters, who looked at him with friendly but watchful eyes. Finally, Binduk called the last round, poured Kaan a trump. Namerka, 15th day of the bounty moon, 1578 after the ascension. And then Kaan once more woke up in his room, confused and angry at himself and cursing the wine. Again it had happened, by the deep gods and their primordial slime. When had this started, that he could no longer control himself when it came to drinking? Certainly, he had always liked to carouse, as was customary among his peers, but so far he had always managed to bring pleasure and necessities into an appropriate relationship. He could feel the pouch under his pillow. That was good. With widened eyes, he stared at the ceiling. Was his wound to blame for his new weakness, or was it the medicine he had been fed by the unloving priests? Or was he simply not quite up to speed yet and overexerting himself? At least, it seemed to be a little earlier in the morning than yesterday, and he took this fact as an indication that he would surely find his old form again quite soon. As he stood up, there was that floating feeling in his head again, displacing the throbbing pain he actually was expecting. When he entered the hallway soon after, once again most of the overnight guests seemed to have left the house lakefall. All the doors, except his and one other, were open, and a tepid breeze told him that Binduk or one of his daughters had probably opened the windows to let in fresh air. Picking up on this thought, he walked quickly back to his own room, and realized with a sniff that he had done well to do so. After opening his window a crack as well and clamping the sash with a corner of his pillow, he locked up behind him and shuffled along the hallway toward the stairs, still slightly out of sorts. As he passed, he glanced at the empty rooms. All had been swept, the beds made. Before he reached the stairs, something in the room to his right, across from the only room that appeared to still be occupied, caught his attention. A glint on the floor. He took 2 steps into the room, and then he could see the source of the sparkle. A large, gold earring. Kaan pocketed it. He could pawn it in the afternoon. Immediately his mood seemed to get a little better. There was almost a whistle on his lips as he entered the taproom. Today's breakfast consisted of pickled fish, a cup of goat's milk and boiled eggs. Not his first choice, if he had been allowed one, but the moment he'd taken his seat the light one had been on hand with a tray. He didn't feel like arguing, so he began to eat with a grateful nod toward Bindock. As he washed down the last egg with a gulp from the cup, it struck him. The earring. The guardswoman of the Highlorns had worn it. Hadn't they said they were going to spend the rest of their week off here? And Riston. What about him and the revanche Kaan owed him? Would he show up again tonight just for the card game? He probably would, but maybe he had to beg his father for new funds to attend the game? Kaan found it remarkable that he had left so early, for Riston and the Highlorn guardsmen, too, had not exactly given wine and meat a wide berth. Kaan was pulled from his thoughts by the Dark One, who asked him in a friendly voice if he had finished breakfast. Yes, he confirmed absently, surprised that he had obviously been staring through the bull's eye at the race square for quite some time, lost in thought, without moving. Thus awakened, he decided to make the most of the rest of the day. Tonight, after all, he would see if Riston came back, and then he would also try to pull the reasons for the sudden departure of the Highlorn people out of Bindock's nose. In the meantime, some customers had arrived, and Bindock watched the hustle and bustle from his usual place at the counter, while the Light Ones served the customers and the Dark One worked in the kitchen. Kaan turned his back on the three and stepped outside into the square. This time he was prepared for the glare of the usually pale sun, and it didn't hit him nearly as hard as it had the day before. Still, he had to pause for a moment until his eyes adjusted to the new conditions. Beside him he recognized the slightly blurred figures of the two street whores, who congratulated him a little mockingly, but nevertheless not entirely without friendliness and with a hint of seduction in their voices, on his big win last night. So he had become a little more attractive. Suddenly light in the head again, he promised both of them to give them a good income the coming night, provided he could again win the planned card duel. Accompanied by honeyed laughter, he left the two. First, his path led him to the blacksmith's shop. There he offered the grumpy fellow a few extra coins if he could get Kaan's equipment in order by this evening, instead of by tomorrow as originally agreed. Surprisingly, the blacksmith grumpily agreed and greedily grabbed the money. Despite the guy's rude manners, Kaan left the smithy in a good mood. For a little moment he toyed with the idea of revisiting the bathhouse to see Lyrr again. Her reaction had been strange. Couldn't she have just turned him down, as she surely did several times a day with offers of this kind? Something must have frightened her. Somehow he felt troubled too, but he couldn't say why. As he walked, he thought about the past few days. All in all, things seemed to be going quite well for him, he told himself. He was almost fully recovered, had quite a bit of money in his pocket by now, even if he lost another third of his winnings back to Riston tonight, as he planned. But perhaps that was what made him so uneasy. Yesterday, many Namerkans had witnessed his luck at the cards. What made him attractive to the whores made him equally interesting to every cutthroat who came along. Yes, that had to be it. Being the man of action as he liked to think of himself, he left the race square. Near Rahira's crevice there was an exchange office. He would have liked to wear his armor and have his weapons with him when he set out, but it had to be enough to take the dagger out of his boot and into his belt in an unobserved moment, so that any possible thief could see that he was dealing with a dangerous man right here. When Kaan left the exchange office again, he was quite satisfied. He had exchanged about half of the small coins for heavy gold pieces at a good rate, the gods be praised, and had hidden them in his boots. His purse now looked much more slender and hardly would attract greedy glances. From now on, he nevertheless kept the dagger visibly sticking out of his belt. And while he was here, he might as well stop by Rahira's crevice to see if his commander had made an appearance. The two hulking thugs, who were the sons of the landlady of the crevice, recognized him and let him in without further ado. The taproom of Rahira's crevice was somewhat smaller than that of the House Lakefall, or at least it appeared to be, for the multitude of separs into which one could retire with one of the maids for a fee left quite little room for the sparse tables. The afternoon was always a bit meager in here. Only from one of the separs Kaan could hear the moaning of a man and the slapping of human flesh against each other. A handful of maids sat together at a table in front of the counter, gossiping quietly to each other. Kaan left them to his left and overheard their quite blunt offers as he stepped up to the counter, where the landlady was already looking at him expectantly. "Has my letter been picked up yet?" The slender black-haired woman was late in the 50s and at first looked at him dumbfounded, then something like recognition slowly crept into her wizened face. She must have been a true beauty once. She was even rumored to be a fallen noblewoman, but the years here in the crevice and the high consumption of Gog had taken away much of her former luster. "You are Thesa Kaan, Araya?" "Yes, there was someone here who picked up the scrap," she mumbled. "Won't give me anything for it, that's right." Kaan slipped her a coin. "That should do it." "When did he get the letter?" "Just last night, but the lad didn't want to stay. Boy lover for sure." Kaan ignored his commander's new foul-mouthed title, especially since he wasn't really sure if the woman wasn't even right in the end. Was the man alone? Yes, was alone and also quite ragged and beaten bloody. Kaan raised an eyebrow and she went over her face with erratic movements to illustrate the injuries. "And here," Kaan pointed to his right temple. "A tattooed compass?" "Yesia, righty, that's the one. If he comes by here again, tell him I can be found at House Lakefall at Ray Square." Kaan put another small coin on the counter, turned and left Rahira's crevice. Yes, that had to have been his commander. If he wasn't going to stay here, either he had already checked out elsewhere or he had been in a hurry to search the neighborhood for him. Well, he obviously hadn't gotten as far as House Lakefall yet, but at least Kaan now knew that the fire lion with the black cliff sharks had moored again in Namerka. And if he was honest with himself, he didn't mind an extra day off, or two. Even though he planned to lose some of his money to Riston tonight, he was still looking forward to the duel between them. And to the two street whores. Towards evening, he arrived back at the Ray Square. He picked up his weapons and armor, and fortunately the blacksmith had kept his word. Everything was in excellent condition. He shouldered his armor, left the forge, and kept watch for the two strumpets. They were huddled near the bathhouse, which seemed only prudent to Kaan. As he had experienced firsthand, the bath girls knew how to get a man's blood pumping, and this way the harlots were able to win over a freshly washed customer every now and then. Kaan made his wishes clear, and gave them some coins up front, not wanting them to serve any more customers between now and their appointment for tonight. The two laughingly agreed and playfully admonished him to drink less than usual. Otherwise, he wouldn't get much for his money in the end, but the fee would still be due. He laughed with them and thanked them ironically for their well-meant advice. In truth, however, he was annoyed. The feeling of lightness had disappeared again, and in his skull the old familiar hammering announced itself. For a moment he paused on his way to the House Lakefall and pensively studied the residence of the alchemist. He wondered if the man could give him a mixture against the pain. But no, a single cup of wine would already help him. And this time it would remain with only one, he swore to himself. In the Lakefall he went straight to his room, closed the window and deposited his equipment on the table again. He once more placed his dagger in his boot and slung the greasy belt with his cutlass around his hips again. It was beginning to feel like he was entering his own home, something he admittedly didn't own at all, but that, he thought, was how it should feel as he later took a seat at a vacant table in the taproom and asked the light one officiously what he wanted. He again chose roast chicken and fresh bread, and he also wanted a cup of wine. "No, not a mug today." "Just a cup?" "Really?" "Yes, really." He forced himself to drink slowly and in small sips, and when he finished his meal, he was very pleased with himself. His cup was still well more than halfway filled, and yet there was again a hint of lightness that stopped the throbbing in his skull. There was still no sign of Riston. But it was still early in the evening. Kaan, ignoring his wine cup as best he could, watched the goings-on. Binduck and his daughters again were in their usual flow. The young women scurried tirelessly back and forth between the now numerous guests and the kitchen, fetching supplies from the cellar, disappearing into the storeroom and energetically and good-humoredly distributing the heavy jugs and tankards among those present. The fat guy in the alchemy robe entered the taproom, passed Kaan and took a seat in one of the separs. Kaan walked over to the currently unoccupied gaming table with his cup and passed the time with little card tricks while he waited for either Riston to appear with his bodyguards, or the three inseparable sailors. As he took another sip of wine, he realized that in a strange way he was now looking forward to rejoining the Black Cliff Sharks soon after all. It was nice not to have to march through the mud, stand guard in the rain, or serve on the deck of a ship for once, but it made him restless. He drank too much, and he had bad dreams. Drinking alone or with strangers, that was very different from doing it in the company of his comrades. Damn, was that melancholy? He took a slightly larger sip. Where was that damn Riston? Binduck served the fat man himself, and even more, he sent the light one behind the counter to stand in for him for a while, and took a seat opposite the alchemist in the separee, after which he placed a tray, on which at least 4 whole meals were piled up, on the table. Fine beads of sweat glistened on the innkeeper's forehead. Apparently, the man was an important person here. As Kaan let the cards slide through his hands once more, the 3 sailors stumbled in and their arrival momentarily snapped him out of his thoughts. They supported the old man, who had apparently had an accident or gotten into a fight. He smiled wryly when Kaan asked about the laceration above his right eye. "A dew has become an eel," the old man smiled and made a dismissive gesture. Yes, sometimes that happens, Kaan thought. Mostly when you drink while working on the ship. They played a few rounds of low stakes, all of which Kaan lost. His gaze was always magically drawn to Binduck and the fat man. Soon Kaan also realized what the reason was. Binduck, who usually radiated a kind of calm confidence, nervously wrung his hands, while the fat man spoke to him quietly, but with great seriousness, as he munched on the food. As Kaan noticed, the light and the dark also seemed to pay attention to the conversation of the 2 men, for it was the first time that Kaan witnessed a mishap of one of the 2, otherwise tireless women. The light one could not avoid in time a guest who pushed his chair backwards to stand up, stumbled and some mead sloshed out of a jug onto the floor. First she looked confused, then annoyed, and finally she apologized to the guest with her usual smile, saying, "It was my fault for sure. I wonder if you want another pitcher. Or 2. House, of course." 2 rounds later, the fat man capitulated to the last chicken and pushed the tray in Binduck's direction while burping heartily. And then, Kaan almost didn't notice, the fat man pulled out 2 pouches from the depths of his flowing robe and placed them on the tray. One of the pouches was made of black leather and the other of scaly fish skin. Then followed another medium-sized clay jug with a wax-sealed cork lid. No sooner were the pouches and jug placed on the tray than Binduck shot up with the tray in his hands and disappeared into the kitchen without another word. When Kaan turned his head back toward the separee to see what the fat man was doing, the dark one, who was also hurriedly making her way toward the kitchen swinging a jug, obscured his view, and when she had passed, the separee was empty. Kaan stretched his head, but he could just make out a scrap of rope disappearing behind the closing front door of House Lakefall. The dark one had drawn the curtain to the kitchen behind her. But a moment later they all came out again as if nothing had happened. Binduck had wiped his brow and was again looking as friendly and composed as ever, and his daughters also continued their good-humored work, just as if the fat man's strange visit had never happened. In fact, they even seemed to be joking a little more with the guests than usual. "Hey, now, will you stop gawking at that girl? Better do your betting," The old sailor snapped Kaan out of his observations. A quick glance told Kaan that the inseparable three were grinning at him as if someone had just emptied a night harness over his head. Lost in thought, Kaan tossed some coins on the gaming table. The cards were turned over, and Kaan realized he had lost another round. What was going on? He had to concentrate or nothing would come of it tonight. Maybe more wine to get in the mood after all? No. Damn Riston, damn noble fop. Where was he? The cards were reshuffled, and already after the third card he was dealt, Kaan knew that he would lose this round as well. He took a careful sip, a few drops only. A slight dizziness in his head. Riston. He just didn't feel comfortable with having made an enemy of a noble, even if he was just the good-for-nothing son of someone important. And what had just happened with the fat alchemist? The evening had progressed, and Kaan had lost round after round. With iron self-discipline, he had emptied his cup only drop by drop, and now the blood-red liquid barely covered the ground. As Kaan reached into his pouch to once again place the necessary bet, he noticed that the small coins were just enough to keep him in the game. While he waited to be dealt his new hand, he discovered that the two strumpets were standing at the counter, glancing amusedly in his direction every now and then. At least this part of the evening was still promising. Motivated by the female attention, Kaan managed to concentrate better in this round. He didn't want them to get the idea that he might have gambled away all his money when he got up from the table and asked them to come upstairs. He wanted to address that, as soon as possible, because he had long since given up hope that Riston would show up tonight. He wanted to win just once more, just to prove a point, and so that he could pay the whores without having to wave any of the precious gold coins in front of their pretty noses. The hands were revealed, and cursing loudly, Kaan slammed both palms down on the table as the sailor to his right reached into the center of the table with a cat-like grin and pulled the pile of coins toward him with both arms. Low tide. Kaan was out of jingling money. He could rummage around in his pouch as much as he wanted. But he didn't want to trade any of the gold pieces either. They would then have to discuss the exchange rate, and the whole process would bring an uncomfortable kind of attention and certainly trigger a greedy curiosity in anyone who happened to be watching the game. As it was, the disparaging looks that met him due to his little run of bad luck created a feeling of quiet discomfort. Once again, the players brought out their stakes. They looked at Kaan expectantly. He looked back and emptied the meager contents of his pouch onto the table. A few measly coins rolled over the wine-soaked wood. Not nearly enough to stay in the game. With an air of energetic displeasure, Kaan shook a second longer. Then something came loose from the pouch. Something golden. It was the earring. Kaan laughed in surprise, and his playing partners also blinked in disbelief. What do you say? Is this piece of jewelry here worth a few more bets? The old sailor reached out a calloused hand for it, holding the earring up to the light as if to test the quality of a gem from the East Country. Then he nodded. I would give you coin for 5 rounds for it. Kaan knew the ear jewelry was worth considerably more, but he nodded curtly. 5 rounds would be enough for him. Now he would turn the tide. As if the old man had read his thoughts, he added. Considering your luck tonight, I'll win it back one way or another. Kaan hated him at that moment for the crooked, almost spiteful grin of his gap-toothed teeth, but he stifled a retort. Then he played. End of part 1.